Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatirana, techisisana, techiyambusana, fila, kuonesana, techisimutirana, ya. Panondo patosangana, techibasirana, panondo patokumana, techisisana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Yautete wachimonyo pila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupanana miwono, yeah. Kubatirana, techisisana, techiyambusana, pila kuonesana, kusimudzirana, nekukurudzirana, yeah. Panondo patosangana, techibasirana, panondo patokumana, techibasirana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. But Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Real life matters now. Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. UK time. Live here on Facebook. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. What? But Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatirana, techisisana, techiyambusana, fila, kuonesana, techisimudzirana, ya. Panondo patosangana, techibasirana, panondo patokumana, techisisana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Yautete wachimonyo pila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupanana miwono, yeah. Kubatirana, techisisana, techiyambusana, pila kuonesana, kusimudzirana, nekukurudzirana, yeah. Panondo patosangana, techibasirana, panondo patokumana, techibasirana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. But Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Real life matters now. Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. UK time. Live here on Facebook. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. What?
Hello, good people. Salibonani malkabezula bakelinje bawethu. Namhlanje kuyatshisa ngempela kuyatshisa kuzafiwa bakithi. Yo. Kona ba 37 degrees Celsius kuyatshisa. How are you good people? Muri say. Sibo endindawana muri say.
Bo, zuri say.
Oh, zuri good. Ndawana and friends.
Sukira nekuta muri bo.
Zuri good say.
Really right strong.
I can't see comments. I don't think they commented. I can't see any comments here. Maybe it's my phone. I don't know, but I can't see any comments. I can't even see people for some strange reason.
Let me switch on to my other device and see.
I can't see people. I only saw one person. Patience.
Yeah, Ddc Vati, hello. And then
yeah, I only saw Patience Jerry, but we've got 17 people there who are with us. Miriam, Manda, say, how are you doing? Well,
all right. Hello, good evening, Patience. Hans, good evening, Elder Dewa and all the panelists. Good evening, Miriam. Thank you for joining. Andy say Pano Tiribo. Andy na Casquido. Hello from YouTube. Thank you, Casquido, from watching us from YouTube. Andy na loveness. Pay. Neka step indeed. Ambilion Rufu sent us an emoji. Thank you. We love you too. Tikwazi say oiko kwa muri. Hello, Elder and DDC family. How are you? Kuno kurikupisa tiri kuita heat wave hamene kuti kwamuri ikoko kuri sei muri kuigona sei heat vanhu vari kuUK. Say hi, let us know where you're watching us from. Tikukwazisei. Elder will be back in a minute. Saka takamirira Elder, vamwe isusu tinenge tichimbokukwazisai.
Dewa zviri sei?
Madini.
Ndinofara.
Kuno mwana mudhara kuri kupisa.
Sei?
Kuno kwapisa. Apa na watermelon ndatsvaga ndashaya.
Tangonzwa vatiudza kuti hanzi matsva.
Ayo. Kuri kupisa. Takatobata matauro vanhu vekumachechi aya. Ari muna uri kuchechi vanenge vachiparidza vanenge vachingodenda awe white majedu ndeye brown.
Asi amuna mapuwa nana papa here.
Iri ndere bocha risina na papa iri ndere bocha iri.
Zvemabocha hazviteedzerwi.
Ungatedzi mukazvigona. Right. Ndawana wamborisa na Virginia V chikangairana na Abigail Musewe.
Ayo vange vachikwazisa vakupinda vachikwazisa saka vakwazise zvenyu Dewa.
Okay, Abigail Musewe, how are you doing? Chirima kone zviri sei Miri Manda takuona kudhara iwewe. Sibo ripo Mary Mike muri kuzvigona sei? Loveless watch, how are you doing? Ambiloni Rufu ndeipi Casquido, long time no see, how are you doing? Right. Ruth Sangweme, zviri sei, how is Ngana? Right, guys, we are blessed kuti mudzi wenyaya aripo. Saka what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write the story, to read the story. Anyway, I will read the story. Then toisa topa mudzi wenyaya uta say otitaura chenai gwavava zviri sei. Let me try and pin the thing as well, the link as well. Right, if it's the first time coming here, guys, do likewise, follow the page, like the page, share the page. Even now, share the page with your friends, so that they can come and listen. This platform is your platform, our platform, where we discuss real life matters of the heart, things that happens to us. Your opinion, your views is well respected. Your views, your opinions are well respected. This is a learning school where we talk. We don't judge people, and we expect everyone to behave like adults. Problem. So if you feel you've got a story that you want to share with us, feel free to let us know. You can inbox any of the panelists, and after the show or before the show, if you want counseling, we'll give free counseling to people. You don't pay. Because then we send push to other people, but we always try to do our best. So don't be shy. It's confidential. We don't discuss with anyone whatever you tell us. Saka you are safe. And again, we have got divorce club. If you are widow, single, searching, divorced, we've got a divorce club. The link, when they panelists, when they go to divorce club, what happens in divorce club stays in divorce club. We empower each other. Then divorce club, we've got our own ways of dealing with our own issues. People, they've got owners of dealing with their stresses. Divorce club is there to help you to navigate your life, to support you. That's divorce club. It's different from DDC. So if you want to join divorce club, join divorce club. Can why don't amen, praise the Lord. But it is what it is. What else you want to know? Right, stars are there. Right, your stars, you can buy your stars. I think it's 45 cents or whatever. If you want to be to subscribe to the channel, it's 99 cents per month. That is $1 a month. My stars 45 cents. It depends how many stars you buy. Your money for the stars, I will show you kuti pakaita anything that needs our attention, every penny goes to pact. I don't touch the monies. It goes to pact. Then we'll sit down together and say, okay, this is the situation. This is how we're going to deal with it. Then we'll try and help the person with your money that you've contributed for your stars. I'm rich. If you've got a function that you want to do, please get in touch. I still have 2-3 slots to fill in. Your money, and but do you need to charity? Zimbabwe, say, Ddc. Saka, all the monies, it goes for a good cause, not for me. My watermelon, don't well wishers with that. Watermelon, 10 pounds, watermelon. Saka, it is what it is. We are family. Don't be shy. If you are struggling, please get in touch. I know it's hard for everyone, but don't suffer in silence. If you feel you're struggling, and the volume, I don't have volume. I have volume.
It's true. Why zvakanaka kuno?
Anarita mkondo volume. I don't know. Kana volume is the masters. Kana malavu likes. Kana wamaru nenzwa. So if you feel that you're struggling, please get in touch. Charachim ajitspanyinda. One tree can never make a forest. You can get in touch, and we will try our best to support you and help you, whichever way that we can. We've got different professionals. We go to work. They've got their own skills. So, don't be shy. They want a problem. Why the problem? Okay, fine. Toita say. Topa banosia kana ere kubika mabanzi topa nanda wana anoza kugadzira mabanzi ako zvakanaka. Saka don't try with my ingredients tokupai kana uchida panel beating ana mukoma cloud nokupai koko mugadzirwa ikoko muchigadzirwa muchienda makadaro. We have got people with different skills here, so don't be shy, don't die in silence. So our today's topic is absent father. Right, absent fathers. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to read the story, then I'll ask the lady to call, then she explain the story, then we take it from there. Right, absent father. Hi, elder. I'm a single woman, age 38, living in SA, and I have a 14-year-old daughter staying in Zim with my mom. My story goes like this. I got pregnant in 2007. I told my boyfriend about it, and he didn't say anything. I never saw him again after that, and I went to his parents, and they chased me away, but his sister was in good books with me. Fast forward, time went by. This dude never done anything for his child, though. He was quite aware since his sister is still in our lives. And remember, we are from the same location. Elder, this is the interesting part of the story. Like what Mambokazi said on one of the shows, that why is that Zimbabwe? Now this year, the father of my daughter resurfaced and went to my mom's place asking and saying that he wants to see his daughter. So my mom didn't want to cause drama, so they called Musukuru, my daughter, to meet her father. But my daughter said she doesn't want to see him or talk to him. She calls him loser to his face. According to my mother, she said that my daughter even started swearing at him, calling him the F words, and saying she has nothing to do with this man. Elder, all these years, I have never spoken with my daughter about her father since he didn't play any role in my daughter's upbringing. So now, Elder, I need advice to know how can I go about this situation? Or is there a specific time when one has to talk about what happened that might have caused them to be separate, or at what age? I asked the sister, but why now that your brother is coming into my daughter's life, yet all this time he was quiet and didn't do anything? And she said, your brother said he wanted to know his daughter. Elder, what can I do? And was my daughter wrong or not? Thanks, I'm going to call on the day and hear what others will say. So that's our story for tonight. Absent father. So murizwenya yaka noripoka phone pakambudzi yaka tichimanye because magetsi nyaka zoenda azizobudi. So we have got a situation here. Absent father. who now has resurfaced. The daughter is 14 years. According to the mother, akaudzwa kuti ndine nhumbu and akatiza mukomana. Musikana akatizira, then she was chased away. But the lady was in good books with the sister of the boyfriend. Meaning to say, all this time, the guy knew about the daughter because the sister is still in these people's lives. So now, the guy came and said, no, I want my daughter. But challenge yakatika manje hanzi ndeyekuti daughter akadya chewiri akapenga zvekutuka mudhara kuti no uri stupid munhu akaumudza ma-f words kuti no you don't even exist in my life, I don't want to know about you, right? Muridzi wenyaya chawe, right? Hello kola tiri right makadi regai tinatsogadzirai zvakanaka tinatsogadzika foni yachapa kuitira kuti tisarwadziwe nemaoko mutitsekedzere nyaya yenyu zvenyu, right? Muri sei?
Tinosimba makadi yenyu nesine mapanelists.
It's three boys, right? Okay, tipei nyaya tinzwe, what happened?
But iye zviro zvakuitika ndezvekuti this dude is
Hello?
vakutogara vachitori nebp manje because akuramba achitonetsa mai mwana kuchikoro anenge asisiri comfortable.
Mira, hold on. Mira, announce yambokata. Okay, let's go back. Even don't have anything, let's start afresh. How did this happen? And all this time, where was he? Okay, so you got pregnant in 2007.
Yes, it was in December.
Okay. Saka nemunu mamuri boyfriend ngeke muyatsodana zvakanaka.
Atina kumboyatsodanana, atina kumbobvira tambodanana. It was like inini friends who went out. The 4 of my friends, like my colleagues, now, we went out. So by the time I took out with my friends, this dude anga ane motor. So my friends, one of my friends,
okay.
Saka pachakaenda out kuya vamwe vangu ndo vaimwa zvavodoro nekudinina kubvakara ndikambobva ndambomwa doro.
Okay.
But the thing is, inini pandakaona manje kuti kwazonyanya kusvibisa straight. Pandakazoti my friends, ngatichiendai Kumba. Ndakaenda Kumba, I was supposed to be the first person to be dropped Kumba. But inini handina kudropwa Kumba, I fell asleep mumota. By the time ndakapepuka ndakaita zvekutozumuso kunzi iwe muka tasvika, but handina kusiwa pamba ndakanosiwa pamba pefriend. Pamba pefriend apa pandakasara ndakangomuka ndakutange munhu ya akadhakwa. Kwakutorwa kuti ndinopinda mumba mefriend yangu ndobva ndarara. Saka pandakapepuka pandaita nefriend yangu kuti inini ndiri kurwadziwa mumathaizs angu umwe handisi kuzwa kutoti chii. Friend akatobvunza, but this friend tatisinaye kwatataenda uko. Akatondibvunza kuti what happened, vandatomusanangurira kuti handisi kuziva, pamusoro wangu uri kutema, mwiri wangu rukutika. Ndopatakati rega ndibva kuti ndigeze ndisati ndaenda Kumba. Saka time yandikageza ndakabva ndamudana ndikati inini it's not time, haizi nguva yangu yemaperiods angu, but ona zvandaita ndiri kuti ndaichirwadziwa stuff like this. Saka friend iyi angagara ari munhu ane mwana. Akatonditi iwe chii chaitika, kwakutanga kubvunza, kwakuvhonera vamwe vaya kuti vauye vatitsanangure what happened. Vaya vakati aisatanga usiwa Kumba kwedu hatina chatiri kuziva. So this dude ainga achingori muarea medu imomo ndo maaigara. Ini ndakabva ndati taenda nemufesi akadai so ndazvokwakutsanangura. Shuwari nemunhu ini ndasina nyaya naye, ndasinganyanyi kutaura naye zvangu. So this guy paakazoudzwa manje akabvunzwa kuti what happened panyaya yako nagat girl anoshanda kuya. Akati inini munhu ndaimuda but ndasingakwanisi kuti ndimutaurire nditaure naye, but ndangoti ndizobvunzawo ndizonzwawo nyaya yepitika. Ndobva atsanangurirwa manje zvakaitika manje. So ini ndakutya manje kuti ndonosvika Kumba ndonotaura sei. Ndakaenda Kumba ndikangoignore nyaya iya, but later on ndakazorealize kuti ndine nhumbu, it was in January. ndamisa maperiods angu 2008. But this guy pandakabva ndakumbira friend yangu kuti andipe nhamba nditaure naye, ndakataura nefriend iye. Pakuenda kumba kwavo manje unodini, mai vacho vakabva vandidzinga vakati pano apa munhu uyu ane mukadzi wake nevana vake, ndiye watinoda pano, imimi muri kuuya muchitanoisi panapa chekudii. Saka handina kumbobvira ndazombodzokera futi kumba kana kuzombobvunza kana kumbotaura nezvenaye yemunhu uyu. Till now ndakazosvamisika mai vangu vakundiudza kuti baba vauya kumba pane munhu akati akadai asvika pano pamba ari kuti ndiye baba vemwana. Ndikabva ndabvunza kuti akaita sei, vakanditsanangurira kuti munhu akaita sei. Ndibva ndati ndiye munhu iyeye chaiye. Ndibva ndabvunza sisi vacho, inini nasista vemunhu hatina kumbobvira ndambotaura kana kumbomubvunza kuti aripi kana kuti chii, handina. Ndo maitiro kasi. Saka nawo ndopanda kunzwa kuti munhu akauya. Izvezvi ari kutonetsa aripo kuzimu, ari kutonetsa. Ndandisingambozvi anoshandepi, anogarepi, anoita nezvii, handina mbobva ndambozvibvunza for 14 years. Ndo mamiriro azvakaita. Saka mwana atove confused kuchikoro, haasuna kana kunzwa anything nezvavo. Ndo mamiriro akaita nyaya yacho.
Okay, so when you went out with your friends, your colleagues, wangochanda, then you haungosinganwi. Saka but you passed out.
Yes.
Okay. And you were the last person to be dropped.
Yes.
And this guy anakudropa kumba kwenyu, akakudropa kumba kwefriend.
Yes, because pamba kwefriend pakari drop I just close nekumba kwenyu.
Nekumba kwenyu. Okay. So iwewe akakuheropa kubuda mumotikari, but you haunobvira mbonwa, but you okay, in short, you were drugged.
Yes.
You were drugged. Then
yeah.
You didn't realize that you were drugged, and wakazomutswa wasvika pamba pefriend yako and helped you out from the car because you couldn't stand on your own because you were drugged. Then you later realized that you were in pain, right? Your thighs were in pain. So meaning to say that you were raped.
Yeah.
All right. So when you find out that you were bleeding, were you bleeding because was it your cycle or a virgin was the first man to break your virginity?
He broke my virginity.
Okay, so by then you're still a virgin. So he raped you, then you were bleeding. Then you later also realized, no, you're pregnant. So,
yes, because in January.
In January, you was December. So when you find out that you were raped and all this kind of thing, did you make any inquiry to go and report to the police, or did this guy accepted this what happened? What did you do with the matter?
Okay. Isusu in the first place and takaenda nema friends this is vatakaenda navo out vaya ndo vandakatora vaisi vana nemufesuya ndikavaudza kuti ndozvaitika vakanomukonfranta ivo vakamuudza kuti vakati what happened pawakanopedzisa kudropa munhu uyu uye akatanga achiramba akati saka achiramba saka vakazomudana manje inini ndiripo kubva ataura akati inini munhu ndaimuda but ndaishaura ndikuudzai sei kana kuti iye ndimuudze kuti ndinomuda. Saka inini pandakangoudzawo maankles angu kuti ndozvakaitika pavakaenda kumba uya mai vachona vaitozikanwa nekuti munhu anopengereka stereki ndopavakati inini panapa hapana munhu wandinoda ndine muroora wangu mwana wangu wamuri kutaura nezvake uyu anototi nemhuri akatoroora tozi baba nhindi ane vana vake pano. Saka isu hatinozobvira tambozomboenda futi kana mbonoza takabva tangoignore family yese yakabva yangoignore nezvazvo.
So, it's a very sensitive and it's a very sad story. Even though it's now, I'm just saying this for other people, but at times it's even though there is no law in countries, people say, but you should have reported the case. But no, this person drugged me and they raped me. But anyway, So wakatizira ukadzingwa, then uchibva waita mwana wako, he never showed any interest, and you still remain ne sister yake, you are still friends up to now. So now paakazoti aende kuona mwana, that was when?
That was this year in January.
Why?
Because I was shocked and surprised because I'm inini ndakavhara kuti munhu akaita sei zvikanzi anenge uya kumba kuya kwatakamboenda pagore riya nana sekuru. Saka ndopatakabva tati anzi ndiri kudei zvikanzi ati arikuda kuyazoona mwana wake. Ndikati kungoona chete zvikanzi auya kuzoona mwana. Saka haana kubvumidzwa kupinda pagedhi. Because mai vangu she's a single mother, vanogara vepane hapana munhu wechirume pamba. Saka vakabva vafonera vana sekuru vakavaudza vana sekuru vakati nyaya yataiziva yakaitika gore rakati, saka munhu uyu haabvumidzwi kungosvika pamba just like that. Saka haasi kutobvumidzwa kusvika pamba. As we speak right now, nyaya yacho yakutotsva mumapurisa nekuti munhu akutothreatena mwana hasaconcentrate zvakanaka kuchikoro.
Saka mwana ane makore mangani manje?
Mwana uyu this year in October anenge aitotena 14.
Saka kubva paakakurepa ukatizira ukarambwa, then you stayed on your own, mwana wako ukarera mwana wako akakura, he never showed up. Now mwana ane 14 years, that's when he's coming and auda kukonzera chaos yekuti no munhu rambidzire kuona mwana wangu. Did he spoke with you kana kuti arangoita izvi ega zvake without even talking to you?
Akakundaka kumba straight kakumba ndokwanakazofonerwa kainenda kuzonza kune nyaya yakati kune munhu auya kuti zvakati. Saka ine ndakatozoshamisika ndikatoti nditoi nhamba dzake ndinzwe. Saka ndopandakabva ndapiwa nhamba ndikatomutanga ndirini chida kunzwa, but later on ndakabva ndatonoti hapana ndototangisa nguva yangu, then I blocked and deleted his number. But later on akazotanga manje kungosenda nhamba message nemwe nhamba akungoti hai ndoda kuona mwana wangu, then I just blocked and deleted and everything.
Okay. You know, it's quite sad in a way. So, Iwewe, do you want to pursue with this case? Kana kuti hausida kupesua nyaya yacho yako, what happened to you?
Nyaya yakaitika kudhara handisina hangu chekuita, nyangwe mwana wacho ndatoti kuri kuti kutaura naye pafoni kunotoneta because right now inini ndiri kuSouth Africa, mwana ari kuZimbabwe. I still have to go. Ndonogara pasi nemwana, chekutaura pafoni zvingatinetse, ndonogara pasi nemwana. Inini hangu ka handina chekuita with this dude, handitorina totally. Because I never had a chance kuti muti I love you, tiri kudanana tiri vanhu vari kudanana, munozwa zvinoitika pana vanhu vanodana. Handina chandakaita naye.
No.
I don't even know him.
Oh, okay, I hear you. Because the thing what you're trying to find out and try to help you is because wakadragwa, right? Then
yes.
Then he raped you. Then he confessed that no, agara ikuda, but aisha kutokudza sekuti anokuda, right? So he took advantage of dragging you and dropping you last, knowing kuti my friends. Okay, so let's put it this way. So pamaganda mamuri 4 and the 4 girls.
Yes, 4 girls.
Yeah, which 5? Saka that means 1 kumberi 3 kumashure. Anditika? Ndiye driver. Saka 1 msikana kumberi 3 muri kumashure. Saka iwo pama friends akwe 4 3 ava. Don't you suspect any of your friends kuti maybe knew exactly what was happening? Because kana wakazosiwa iwo waiza kuti wangosikanwi. When they found you sleeping,
friend ndotoziva notoripo vanozvati pamakuzara tati macolleagues taishanda tese nevasikana
okay,
vane vatotoziva kuti ndiye aigara kudhuze nekunogara mufacebook.
okay, so okay, saka pama colleagues ako aya handitika, what I'm trying to say ndezvekuti when you get drugged handiti makuenda manje kumba handitika maenda muri 4 imimi handitika ndio inonzi sisters keeper, iya inonzi sisters keeper yekuti if one is drunk you're sober, you look for these other 3 vakadhakwa kuti vasaitwe behavior, right? So your friends mamusina kudhakwa, right? Saka iyi friend inoziyana nemufesi, right? This is how my analysis on this now. Friend inoziyana nemufesi ndo friend yakakuchekeresa. This is me saying, because why I'm saying this, because kana tu avanga vakadhakwa, they didn't know kuti you were drugged. Saka vakatanga kusiya 2 ava. Then kwabvasiya friend yake handitika, then iwewe ukarepwa handitika. It's either you were raped during the presence of your friend akagara mukakumberi to cover a gap. So this is me just thinking how bad your situation was. So it's either your friend, you were raped during the presence of your friend, right? And ukanosiwa chinzi musiyapo ndo padhuze nepamba pawo because your friend yake. So I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to tell you what to do, right?
Okay.
You're gonna what you don't feel the need, you need to pursue this because maybe time is elapsed, and so forth. That's fine. But the sister of this guy, did you tell her, this is what your brother did to me? And what if you told her, what did she say?
Takatotaura naye takumba kwavo patakaenda pataive kunze kwegeti because me and my uncles nanatete patakaenda hatina kubvumidzwa kupinda mukati megeti, mai vacho vaitopopota. This friend of mine ndiye akatobuda ndobva ndamutsanangurira zvakaitika, akatonditi inini zvandiri kutonzwa panapa ndezvekutoti inini mukoma vasisipo pano, mukoma vatoenda Botswana vapo.
Why?
Mukoma vato vene 2 weeks vaendawo Botswana.
Okay, so now this is the interesting part of your story. So pamakamukonfranda imimi murume uyu handitika akakonfesa kuti aikuda but couldn't tell you, then akabvuma kuti akarun away by force whatever handitika. So after that ndo pakabvatiza akaenda kuBotswana iwo ukazotizira atiza.
Ina ndotozoti atoenda kuBotswana atotoziva kuti hapo taitofunga kuti atoripo. Ndopatakasvika tikazonzwa kuti ane mukadzi nevana vatogara kuHarare uku ndokwavari kugara. Apa anga vazooneka mai vake kuti ini ndawana basa kuBotswana ndakutoenda ikoko. Saka isi hatinozviziva kuti munhu atori muprocess yekutoronga zvinhu zvake. Ndakazoda kuzwa nefriend yangu but ndo pandakapedzera kutaura nefriend yangu about brother. Ndo pandakapedzera handina kubva pese apa ndirongomhorosana naye chingotaura dzimwe nyaya. Hatitauri zvemwana, handitauri nechii. Zvakazotanga manje this year after brother vake vatanga manje kutaura nezvazvo.
It's it's quite sad. It's quite sad kuti you panicked and wakatya kuripota nyaya yako because you were induced through spiking of a drink and you took advantage of you and you fell pregnant and all this kind of stuff. But in all fairness, justice should have been served because he raped you. This is me just saying, sitting here, he raped you. And why one ukumba kwenyoka shaira basa vasina kuta kushunguna to pursue it, and why mai vacho vanyochisa zvakaita sei? Because mai vasoka kuri paka why defender mwana vanyochisa? How well is it because
mai vacho vakangoti iye munhu wamwavinga pano hapo saka hapana nyaya nditotaura nyaya iri murudzi rwegetiko nekuti munhu atoenda kubotswana kubasa ane mhuri yake. Saka right now paakadzoka apa iye zvino ndo pakataura maanguls vangu kuti nyaya yakutopisa yakutotanga paya pekutoti munhu kana akuri kupika jeri achatopikira jeri kuzi akuya kuzototi akuda kuona mwana but akatisa akaenda kubotswana hatina kuziva kuti munhu.
okay. My device is overheating. Hold on, guys. I think I've lost it because my device is saying it's overheating. It's reconnecting. Hold on. My device is overheating. Hold on, guys. I need to sort out this thing. Hold on, guys. My device is overheating.
So bottom freezer.
Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatirana, techidzidzisana, techiyambutsana, fila kuonesana, techisimudzirana, ya. Pano ndo patosangana, techibatsirana, pano ndo patokumana, techidzidzisana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Yautete wachimonyo fila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupanana miwono, yeah. Kubatsirana, techidzidzisana, techiyambutsana, fila kuonesana, kusimudzirana, nekukurudzirana, yeah. Pano ndo patosangana, techibatsirana, pano ndo patokumana, techibatsirana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Real life matters now. Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. UK time. Live here on Facebook. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. What?
I think vaita technical difficulties saka tongoamirira achidzoka.
Yes.
Zvavanoda kutaura here pamapanelists so far. Obviously hasatanzwa nyaya yose, but any thoughts?
Tawana. If you unayo tsamba yacho?
Handina tsamba yacho, ndakatomirira Dewa kuti vaipedzise, ina handina kuipiwa.
Because zvakafanira kudiscussa zvavo, but zvangu zvakanaka futi kuti vaite recap kune isu tichangopinda.
Vadzoka elder. Vadzoka.
Sorry guys, phone yangu ilipo overheat saka I lost the person. I couldn't hear anything because yanga ita shut down.
Ndikupe zvekuita Dewa plastic bag wesama ice wegadzika pamusoro foni yako kama ice ice ari plastic. Yes,
Okay.
yes, but I was supposed about, you're not putting it in the ice direction, you're putting it on top of the ice in
But
plastic.
the part is a friend. Saka I was going to be VV.
It might help, yeah. It will be
Can you hear me from there?
not bad though.
Okay. Yeah, because otherwise we can't do anything. It's overeating.
Yes, but you can recap and so that is chango pinda to batata set ketchup kana chizokwanisa
Bless on the phone, na phone yangu iri kunetsa.
vanokwanisa wana vanhu vese vari mucomment section vasvika pakati vari kuti vabatwa nenyaya but kubva kwekutanga zvakangonaka kuti ubva wapinda mugame.
All right. Sekuri Bedford muri sei?
Very right up.
Apostle Brian muri sei? Auntie Clay, how are you? Dr. Love muri sei? Auntie Babs muri sei?
Oh, bo.
Hata gengana pano tauya tasvika nyaya yakaomai.
Right. Let me try and bring back the thing. Nyaya, to be honest, I didn't know what she went through all that. Because when I spoke with her, it was about because Babacho is now resurfacing 14 years. So that's why it's an absent father. I thought we were dealing with a case of an absent father who went out to resurface in the child's life, yet all these years he has been quiet. But I didn't realize that this woman went through rape, which she didn't report. So I was shocked, and I'm still in shock. And I don't know how best we can help her, but she's okay with it. But otherwise, it can be done. But I'll try and speak with her after the show, then and see how best we can support her as DDC. It's quite sad. It's very, very sad. But we have got people who take advantage. Let me try and see if I can get hold of her again. Ndone kuti mukona ndikadona muramba muchitaura.
I think he just dropped. No.
Aiwa, mukona ndikadona muramba muchitaura, ndikuedza da kuconnecta mukona ndikadona taurai. Right.
Silence haimbodi kana iwo ndewaka uchita zvauri kuita zviise pamute kuti sisi titaure kana wozviamute because uri kutaura wega ikoko kataurawo kuno hazvichaita.
Mama kuti tiverenge story here Dewa.
Verengai Auntie Babs, you sure?
Right, ndakumutsvaga kuti tauye.
Auntie Babs, zviise pamute iwe.
Chisa pamute ndiverenge story.
Sharp.
Hello guys, how are you?
Bolatu. Zakainayo.
Yeah, I'm good. Our viewers there, how are you? What to say comment section. I'm the absent father. Hi Elder, I'm a single woman aged 38 living in SA, and I have a 14-year-old daughter staying in Zim with my mom. My story goes like this. I got pregnant in 2007. I told my boyfriend about it and he didn't say anything. I never saw him again after that, and I went to his parents' Kutizira and they chased me away, but his sister was in good books with me. Fast forward, time went by and this dude never done anything for his child, though he was quite away since his sister is still in our lives. And remember, we are from the same location. Elder, this is the interesting part of the story. Like what Mambukadzi said on one of the shows, that why is it that varume vekuzimu vanozobudikira kana mwana akura or akurorwa? Now this year, the father of my daughter resurfaced and he went to my mom's place asking and saying that he wants to see his daughter. So my mom didn't want to cause drama. So I called Muzuku. I think mom called Muzukuru Wao, my daughter, to meet her father. but my daughter said she doesn't want to see him or talk to him. She calls him loser to his face. According to my mother, she said that my daughter even started swearing at him, calling him the F words, and saying she has nothing to do with this man. Elder, all these years I never spoke with my daughter about her father since he didn't play any role in my daughter's upbringing. So now, Elder, I need advice to know how I can go about this situation. Or is there a specific time when one has to talk about what happened that might have caused them to be separated, or at what age? I asked the sister, why now that her brother is coming into my daughter's life, yet all this time he was quiet and didn't do anything. And she said her brother said he wants to know his daughter. Elder, what can I do? And was my daughter wrong or not? Thanks. I'm going to call on the day and hear what others will say.
Ndanaye munhu wacho. Right, caller, you can proceed. I think, but ndaisa feni saka otherwise unganzwa hope. Mhepo can sorry. Right. So your dilemma now, iwewe uri kuti akuda kuona mwana wake. Mwana haasi kuda. Right. So you want to know what sorry?
Just kuona. Adata just kuona chete.
Okay, so so iwewe as a person, Andile, who raised mwana wake and everything, what were you expecting of him? Did you want him to do more to your child, or you don't want anything of him to associate mwana? Exactly, where do you stand with this?
Semunhu wandisina kubvunza ndakutaura naye hatisi kuti munhu akaita sei inozoti kuda naye. Hatitombozivi munhu akaita sei. Inini hangu handina pandakambotadza kuti ndatadza kuchengeta mwana.
Dewa, pangaite kavolume bichana, angotikuidzei bichana.
Handina volume yakapera. Hold on, caller. Hanza wasonzika. Volume yakapera. Volume yangu kunokuidzi. It's up.
Bring it closer to the mic.
I can try. Hold on. All right, hold on. Mirai. Mirai, let me see. Hold on. Try what can I do here? Mirai, sound. Volume. Call out right in. Hello? Yeah, Marwan's where?
Keep going closer.
Taura Indians.
Right. Can
you hear now?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, caller.
Okay. Iri mubereki akachengeta mwana ega kubva iri nhumbu kusvika nhasi mwana ari kuita fundo. Ini nangu handina chekuita nababa. Because baba handitotovazivi kuti ndingatoti vakagadzikwa pachagara naundiziva kuti munhu akaita sei ndikataura naye achaita sei. Sezvo iye akabvunzwa nevakamubvunza kuti iwe uri kuda kuona mwana chete here. Ndozvakangoti ndinoda kungoona mwana wangu. I want to be kuva nemwana wangu ndimutore anoona kumusha kwedu. Ndozvaari kuda chete zvekuti mwana adye, apfeka chii, ari kuenda kuchikora, ari kuda chii, ari kuda kutora mwana kuti anomuratidza kumusha kwavo chete. Ndozvaari kutaura. Saka inini I'm not happy about it. Handisina chandinoda kuita nemwana baba. Since mwana akabvunziwa, hazi mwana ane 2 years, mwana akura akwanisa kutaura, akatobvunzwa ega akatoti handina chekuita navo baba vanga vadzokere kwavanga vari nevana vavo vavaive navo ikoko, inini vasiyane neni. Inini munhu wandinoti baba, maanguzi angu ine maanguzi amai vangu ndo vana baba vangu ava vanoziva ndoziva.
You see, it's your case. It's very complicated in a way. Case are getting complicated in a way. I don't know. Zinosiana with where people came from, or some people for the times they will start to say they want to see their father. Complications. But the right is where again you could say I don't want to see him because he has never done anything in my life.
Padona futhi dewa. Ndavathi vayisefoni eyes.
Yeah, it's I don't know what happened. I don't know. Guys, let's put our heads together and try and help the caller. Taita two cases in one. Taita case a rep, which she says she doesn't want to pursue, but we can speak with Helen and ask. Then Taita case you could ER would say Baba Mwana resurface now. And but from the way she's speaking, I would say this is me maybe trying to read between the lines. Because I use that the word without like providing or without supporting the child. So I think she's heading good. You can't just walk in and say but again maybe to consider right, but but under normal circumstances, this is what you always try to advocate. To that only normal situation, you could see apana rape under normal circumstances, here we try to advocate, as parents, let's try to co-parent, let the other person have access. That's why I absent father. I didn't know about this other shenanigan which happened to her. So I think approach is the one which is not sitting well. Nana Kola. I just want to. So I don't know how best we can try to speak to the caller and maybe make it understand. Maybe in the long run, have change of mind. No, maybe I want to save my father and so forth, because I could so I don't know. I'm a little bit confused on this one. So those who want to go fair and the one and the watanga sibo then so what I want to say to you guys, this is a very sensitive case, right? So we don't need to do the blame thing. It's rape. So let's try to find a way whereby we can try and assess and assist and see how can she go about it. That's why wrong here, which I don't want to see you. You're not my father. Where have you been? Mwana was right, because Mwana to come down, fuck off, get off here. I don't know you. You're not my father. She been said it. Mwana now. So right, if she's gonna go and sit down with the daughter, how is she going to break it to a daughter so that a daughter might understand the reason maybe why this man who happens to be a father wasn't in their life? Or how can she make herself overcome this thing? He doesn't know this person, he raped him, but I got to know, I don't. So now she's a little bit, she's entangled with the whole situation. Ask the man is now coming. I don't know what threats. Saka, if he's threatening those people, I'm going to open the case. Because you can't come and threaten, yet you drugged somebody, you raped somebody, then you disappeared. Then after 14 years, then you want to come and say, oh, no, that's my child. No, that's uncalled for. Right. Ndawana and friends. Oro Sibo, who wants to go first?
Ndaona adzoka here because ambe ngati
Adzoka.
kana ngati uripo
here.
Sibo ngaende zvake and then I'll go after Sibo.
Sibo anzenda.
Alright, ndenduwi. Semataura waita dewa kuti nyaya iri pamapatsi ndaona kuti inenge ine 3 inenge isi 3 in 1 ikuti yakuinvolva iwo sisi mwana nababa nekurepwa kwavakaitwa nemwana kuda kana kutuka kwakaita baba wake kana kuti whatever the situation is right now, naivo baba vacho kuzouya kutoda mwana kana whatever. Saka inini ndasangana pakuti watotaura kudhara kuti dai yakaningirikana, we don't want to blame. Takutotaura nyaya sezvairi because zvakatoitika, we cannot go back and say kuti dai makazodai hachisina basa panapa. Ndezvekuti wabvunza kuti does she want to pursue kuti vaite open case nekuti mhosva hairovi, we still have to hear from her kuti vachati here kana kuti aiwa, because that's the show vakadragwa, it's a case, vakarepiwa, it's an open case yekuti vanogona kutopeswa ikatongwa nyaya yacho. 1 2 ataura kuti mwana ndio vakachengeta kubva iri nhumbu, morning sickness and everything kusvika iko zvino ane 14 years 2007 matwin wemwana wangu, saka tiri matwins. Kutuka kwakaita mwana baba vake apa atingati akatadza kana kuti akagona, it's a shock. Hakuna after 14 years mwana asingambonzwi, andizivi kuti in between vaitaura kuti baba vako vari kupi kana avataura kuti handambobvisa ndakadiscasa nyaya yababa wake kwaari. Saka kuti nditi akatadza ndogona kuti mashoko akataura yes haaite, asi akashokika kungoti from nowhere mbuya wangu kuti uya uone baba wako kana kufenda igona kufendaka zvinofendisa gaza. What's the procedure? Anambokurepa kuti baba vachauya uchaona kuti ndio baba wako. That's what the procedure inoitwa kune vana vanenge vachida kuzoonekwa nababa wako. Saka indiri kuti ende sisi pavati hanzi handisi kutomboda ndazodai, it's okay because ndio zvavari kufila. Vari kumbokonzida here vakonzida mafeelings emwana kuti mwana haasi kuda, ende baba vakachanzira kukonzera mwana kumusha. Pane dzimwe nyaya dzatinonzwa vanhu vachiti vakafambira tinosaura panapa dzekuti vanofambira vanobhilivha nevasingabhilivhi, anogona kunzi kune zviri kunetsa zvakazvisi kufamba because wakarasa kune zvawakaita kana kuti kune zvimwe zvasiri kubuda pachena nazvo. Like now this lady ati handitombomuziva murume uyu, handitombomuziva, vanga vasanga relationship, saka kumurume uyu kunenge kwakunetsa. I don't want to talk about this guy because I don't know, haina kunyora tsamba, I'm just assuming panapa kuti zvinogona kuti zvakuitika kwaari kuti zvakumunetsa uku kuti ndakadi ndiri mwana ari musango, saka andigandinomutsvaga. Saka approach yake ndo isina kunyatsoita zvakanaka because kuchivanhu kwedu even kuchi English kwacho question vanoenda they go about it, havangosvika ndatoona baba vangu ava kana toona mwana wangu tomusvikira. You go on nemaboundaries ekuti unoenda kuna navakuru vacho, vana sekuru vacho vakachengeta mwana, handiti votaura navo odi. Saka ini ndichakukumbira kuti sisi dai mati vana sekuru vataure nabhudha ava, because kunofanwa kuripo haangangowike mwana ane 14 years kubva pese abaichengetwa aita ruchengetwa nei chimatauro avo aita ruchengetwa nanei. Saka there's a way yekuti mugare pasi mese. Of course mafeelings enyu anofanwa kuconsiderwa, mafeelings emwana anofanwa kuconsiderwa, mafeelings ababa anofanwa kuconsiderwa, because it's 3 parts sematauro andaita. Yes, hamusi kuda kuita nezvekuita nababa ava, it's okay, it's understandable, but pane is a case yekuti vane mwana nemi 1 and maitikiro akaita mwana aya, he raped you, it has to be talked about, and kana iri nyaya inoripiswa, I think achanofanwa kudi anofanwa kutogarwa pasi kuripiswa kumatare edzimhosva dzekumusha ikoko kana kuti mahaikoti chaiyo chaiyo, because it's a case zvesure handiti. Saka we don't want to sugarcoat up, makatadzirwa ende muri kutorwadziwa. 14 years is not a joke. Kuchengeta mwana mumwe unongoti ndauya kuzongotora mwana angouya futi achifamba ega achiapproacha mai venyu, that is not respectful, because why would he just be walking about ungosvika saka akaita ma-investigations ekuti mwana aripi, imi hatimati muri kwamuri, mwana ari kuZimbabwe, akaziva kuti mwana ari pakati, akaziva kuti mai panogara chichi, akaenda ega. Dai akaapproacha namwana zvanga zviri nani, taiti aiwa zviri nani, asvika akapotera, kunonzi kupotera, hana ngoda direct, aita azvidza, ndokunonzi kuzvidza ikoko. Haungo after 14 years ungotuma pamba pemunhu ungoti handisi mwana ndewangu ndazodai kuzvidza. Ndinokumbira kwamuri sisi kuti musanyanya kuzvisunga, because musazvisunga, zvisunungirei, because mukazvisunungura imimi upenyu hwenyu kana zvamadzichinzi enyu anozopfara, anosununguka. Hasha, yes, kurwadziwa, yes, handiti makarwadziswa, zvese izvozvo zviri mamuri. Handisi kuti zvisei, ndoda ngoti mutsvage a way to clear that off your mind, off your heart, zvesure, because 14 years is no joke. Ndokutongoimagina, because nini mwana wangu ane 14 years and I'm a single parent. Kuzoti patara mwana hapana, and azviite, I'm feeling you, I can't imagine kuti munhu ongouya kuti mwana ndauda kumutora nokuisa kumusha. That is you. Imemi chita sei chiendai munotaura nana sekuru venyu namai venyu moti ndo zviripo izvi, because zveshuwa mwana anoda vabereki vose vari 2. Apa pakashayishwa apa, baba vakatadza, baba vemwana vakatadza, but toda kuti tidzoredze kwamuri imimi nehama dzenyu nemwana wenyu kuti muwanewo closure yekuti at least mwana uyu akaziva baba wake, imi mukaziva guy akakutadziraiwo, although musina chekuita naye, but for the sake of mwana for the sake of your heart and my feelings enyu, kuti mudi zvikurerutsirei. Zveshuwa bundu munogona kufa nebundu iro rekurwadzwa kwamakaita. I don't know, she didn't even say kuti iko zvino vari papa is she married, is she has other kids, kana kuti vakangogara vakadaro. What do you know?
She's not married.
Maybe that is one thing to move forward. I don't know. I don't want to speak for her because varipo, but she's something that vanogona kuzotipindura, because vakadzi we tend kuti tinorwadziwa and we tend kuti tinobata kana tisina kuzviburitsa out talking to somebody else, kana tinoita garage, which is the garage yekuti unenge wakutovenga kana murume wese wakutoona kunge murume wese ndozvaanoita, yet there are good men out there and she still has a whole life ahead of her yekuti anogona kuzvionera murume wake otochengeta mwana wake iye vachazoita. Saka inini hangu chikumbiro changu ndechekuti dai vagara pasi nehama dzavo, vana sekuru vakarera mwana, kuti onai kasekuru baba ava, ine hangu handisi kuzvifarira, but ndibaba vemwana vabudawo pachena, and I want to commend that kuti adzokawo, kune zviri kunetsa kwake murume uyu zvakuita kuti adzoke kuzvitsva mwana. Saka ndinongovakomenda kuti at least auya kuzoti mwana wavo aklema mwana, but zvichava nemuripo, iye anofanira kuzviziva. Saka don't shut this guy out, please. Hear him out, then mogara pasi mopanana mitemo, kana mobvunza mubvunzo achipindura, kana zvichizotadza zvozotadza hazvo, but madi mambo zvipa mukana, and then it will bring closer to you kuti mibvunzo yese yamada kubvunza munogona kubvunza kuti makore ese aya wanga uri kupi, zvakazofamba sei, saka uri kufunga kuti zvozodii. You ask, wanai window yekuti muchakwanisa kubvunza mibvunzo iyoyo kune murume uyu, ndokunge adi ava munhu azvipira kuti ndadzoka kuzotora mwana kana ndoda kuzoona mwana. he has to be willing to answer those questions. Because angangomacha chingouya akatoti like kuti akaona vana sekuru vasipo pamba dai izvozvi mishoti akarohwa because nyaya dzakadai hadziite 14 years it's a long time, it's a lifetime. Andoita 5 years, it's a lifetime. Saka angangouyi achimacha imimi dzoki ndai kuna sekuru nanamama mutaura navo moti ngatigarei pasi tione kuti tingaite sei kuti zvidai. Nyaya yenyu sorry ndainzwa zvangu, but we don't want to talk about tidzokere kumashure because zvinhu zvakatoitika. Saka tochiita sei from today going up onwards. Muchaansa henyu maquestions amabvunzwa naDhewa kuti do you want to pursue rape case ne drug case? Because it's a case on its own. 1, 2 nekuti mwana oona you need counseling. The mwana wenyu need counseling too as well. Because haangangomhanyi kungonzi baba zvinoda maprocedure nachitaura kuti zvine step. She's in a shell shock. Okay, tingati akatadza yake mashoko akataura kuti fuck did whatever haiti, but we don't want to justify that. Asi munhu akangoshokeka kuti ungangopana mama sure gogo mungangondidedza moti baba ina ndivazivi what ndivabve pano. I could say that too. Saka zvese izvo zvinofanira kuti zviadreswe. Mwana kuadreswa kuti ndibaba wako yes baba vauya vada, but nemachannels nenguva yakanaka ne-state of mind yake yakanaka, because munomutraumatize mwana. At 14 years she's still a baby, she's grown to know, but she's still a baby according to the nyaya yekuti baba nongouya muupenyu hwake wongonzi baba wako, saka you must love baba wako. Saka ndikukumbira kuti muwane nguva pamoyo penyu pasunungure kuti to open mwana nedialogue yekuti inyatsofamba zvakanaka, kuti mimi nanasekuru venyu nemwana wenyu nemurume uyu mugare pasi munyatsonzwisisana kuti moita sei nenhau yemwana, pane nhau yemwana nenhau yenyu nezvimwe zviri whatever comes in between. Ndatenda zvangu pane nguva inoi ndichipa vamwe mukana.
Thank you so much. Right, guys, let me put a disclaimer on this one. I can see your comments, I can see everything. Right. Inini, I said this, but when I got the story, I didn't know about this part of the rap. Nyandaka Woodswa, younger in absent father, who resurfaced Mwanani 14 years. And that's the way she presented the case. Then, now, how did it happen? Then she said what she said. Saka, that inini, napa disclaimer ndakati. Inyaya yakatondomerao. Saka, as much as some people are saying, it's not supposed to be like done, but it is what it is. The times tinotaura sevano nekuonesana nekuda kuziyawo kuti if something of this nature happens to me, what is the right channels to follow? So we'll continue. We'll try to call it. So it is what it is. We will go with it. We'll share our own opinions and views. And like I said, it's not a blame game. We are trying to navigate and try to find the right way, the right measures that we think we can support her and make her feel better. Then I'm seeing comments. This is what happened to the mother. So though we take all those things into consideration. I'm looking at all those things, put them into consideration. That's why she hasn't told Mwana yet this is what happened. So for her to come here, guidance, an absent father who is resurfaced now, 14 years. Rape as which no, I was drugged, this is what happened. Saka nyaya beya twistika, nyaya beya chinja, the dimension, yatanga tina ininda wene nyaya centered, tichida kuti, we are talking of absent fathers. who want to resurface mwana kana kunoroorwa kana mwana azokura. This was the whole idea of this letter, but tazovhura a can of worms which she opened up. She didn't open up to me. Akasara, no, this is what happened to me. Saka tosiya nyaya here because hatisi ma-specialist ima rape cases. Twitter say, I want to hear from you guys. We're going to comments. This is not supposed to be done in DDC. We are not qualified to do this. Do you want us to abort this, or we mustn't abort it?
No, we go on because it's a case. You know, it has happened to a lot of women. So let's go about it and see what we can do.
I also think, Dewa, I also think we should go ahead with this story. And inini, I was of the opinion of let's drop the one yakanza absent father to delay because munhu wacho ari pano. We cannot dwell on the letter yatakanyora iyo because munhu aripo. Ngati delay ne story iri before us. We've got every right to deal with this story. Ari kufila kuti we are not supposed to deal with it. Kana achikecha mafeelings ka anobvumidzwa kuti azvi-excuse kanonzi recuse in chirungu, because we can't let this go. Pane vamwe vanhu vachatobatsirikana besides the caller. Thank you.
True that. Dewa muripo here.
I think a freezer, and there's so many people who are trying to join the conversation, which is really fantastic. Saka rega nditaura inini ndo drop hangu kuti ndipe vamwe vanhu mukana.
We continue then.
Inini hangu sandawana, I really genuinely do not feel qualified to help this lady, you know, because when the story was being dictated to us, Nadewa, I was very confident with my answer. And thank you, Sisi Sibo, for going before me, because I wouldn't have even known how to start this topic. But yeah, I was very confident when Dewa was telling the story, because my position is always, Mwana, all children need to have their father in their lives, irregardless of the circumstances of the breakup. Now, today, my theory has been proved very wrong, Kuti, irregardless, because there are circumstances ethically and maybe to my personal opinion that should be regarded when you expose your children to their fathers. And this is one of those cases that has just humbled me. Inini kanandaka repewa, I would never want my child to meet the monster who took away my liberty to accept whether I wanted to lay with them or not. I wouldn't, and I don't want to pretend to be righteous, Kuti. I would be saying yes, ndodauti mwana wangu azive baba wake. No, pakadaro andidi, because that person took away my right to lay with them and to consummate with them and to bring a life into this world. So, first of all, thank you, Nyori, for bringing this topic here. I don't know if you remember, a few months ago, I shared my story of Uya wangu wakarepewa very young na cousin wavo, and then when she was raped, her cousin went on to live a lovely life, you know, yet she had to live in shame, and she was blamed. She was called all sorts of names. Yeah, sexida varume. Yeah, aupfeki zvakanaka. It's your fault you were raped. Everything. When you're thrown to the other side, ekapiwa ka round heart kavo, mbuya wangu ekapiwa round heart yavo, vagare nemwana wavo, so on and so forth. You know? So it's almost like it was the victim's fault for being raped. Yet Muno Aita Chitazo went on to live his life and went on to marry, and then went on to try and rape his own daughter. And Rinemanyanga Riputirwe. vanhu vakadai character yavo haiperi. It's not kuti anenge akangozviita ka1 acharamba achiedza kuzviita. Mbuya vangu was raper, tried to rape his own daughter. Aedza kurepa his own daughter. Now the sisters had to talk to the daughter and say, yeah, ukazosungisa baba vako. Yeah, now you're threatening. I don't know why our culture always protects my villain. Why our culture never protects the victim. We always make the victim look like ndiye munaita chitadzo chihombe. Now mbuya vangu, when she was young, she had to carry the burden of being raped. Now this man tries to rape his own daughter. Now the daughter also has to carry the burden of protecting this monster, you know. And I said, I go back to my tsumo, rinemanyanga riputirwe. Munyori auya pano share his story, and my jaw just dropped. I was in an absolute state of shock, Kuti. Wow. And I commend her for being brave. Why? Because you could not make this story up even if you tried. Like even tikakupa pen and paper tikati fiction, she couldn't have said it. But this is somebody's reality. Pane munhu ari kurarama upenyu hwakadai, if not worse. So for her to come here and speak to Dewa, to an audience of people she does not know, some people probably not even believe her and think, oh, she's making it up. So first things first, thank you so much for telling us your story. And I am of the thought process, there's always 3 sides to a story. Your story, my story, and what really happened, you know. So today we are judging this situation according to what Mnyori is delivering to us. And it's a heavy burden just listening to her situation. And it's so challenging to give an opinion about this situation. But all I can do is give encouragement. Kuti, she's done so well raising a child that was brought out not in a loving situation. You know, it wasn't romantic. It wasn't, I'm in love with him. I want to give him a child. No, you went out one day with your friends. Next thing you were pregnant. Next thing you had to raise your child by yourself. You went to his family. They did not believe you. And then they even threatened you. So it can't be easy. So it's not just a matter of reporting to the authorities, but it's also a matter of you receiving the healing you need, the closure, if there's ever going to be closure. Because when you look at your child, you definitely always know how that child was conceived. But I really think there's so many layers to this onion of a life you're living that unofanirwa kutowana rubatsiro rwakakwana. Kuenda kumapurisa akungokwani, unogona kuenda mapurisa acha, they're not going to be like, oh, well done for coming to report this. You need to get the right adequate advice kuti unozoguma wakunzi, saka why are you reporting it 14 years later? What were you wearing? Are you sure angosina kudakwa? Are you sure auzihure? You know, you really need to make sure to, even paunozo no reporter, if you choose to report, you have the adequate support mentally, emotionally, physically, financially. Because just because here some of us will believe you, some of us won't believe you. Ukano reporter, you stand the chance of people turning around and saying, Urunyeba, you know, pamwe munhu yanga kuramba, and then now wakungoyedza kuita sei kungomusudza. There's so many things that happen to victims. So I really believe you need the adequate support. Kuti uzive zvekuitaura, uzive zvekugadzirira, uzive position yauchafanira kumira usati waenderera mberi nayo nyaya iyi kuma-authorities. Nokuti hazvizi zvidoko, especially raising up such a cold case. I think it's a cold case. I may not atizima mapurisa, but raising up such an old case, yeah, 14 years, the burden of proof is on you. Prove kuti wangosingadanani this guy. Pane zvakawanda that goes in it. Obviously, I really support kuti go and report it. Me saying these things, and this kuedza discourage kuti unoreport. But ndiri kuedza kuti uende uri prepared, une the adequate information kuti zvinogona kunoita go left wasvika kuma-authorities achona nokuti nyaya yachona yaita sei yachembera. Zvisinei, nyangwe ukasaripota, you really have to do your best to protect your child because you don't know why this guy is coming full force to you like this. Chinokonzera munhu 14 years down the line auda kuuya dhuma by fire by force kuti ndoda kuona mwana uyu. Does he have the best intentions for this child, or does he have something sinister that he wants to do nemwana? So as a parent, as a mother who's raised this child on your own with the support of your family for the last 14 years, what is the best decision for your child? And now kana va 14 vanogona make a decision yavo kuti inini ndinoda inini handidi. Saka really treat this child as an adult. Have those discussions to say, look, when I had you, the situation wasn't that planned. It wasn't that great with your dad. It is up to you. Put that relationship now where and they can actually that relationship now. What are the parameters? What are the boundaries? Teach your child could have any boundaries. Acham protect. She's got every right to make the right decision. So, the best thing I would like to encourage you as a mom is support her to make the right decision, a decision that she'll be happy with, or a decision that she's happy with at that moment in time. If she chooses kuti andidi kuva relationship nemunhu uyu, support that. 10 years down the line, she might turn around and regret it kuti amai makandiita kuti ndibvumirane kusaona baba vangu. So help her look at all the scenarios. 10 years time, you think you want a relationship with your dad, and so on and so forth. And also take yourself out of your feelings. It's so important to do certain exercises to make sure you're making the right and informed decision. One of those exercises is ensuring you get counseling, whether it's spiritual counseling, whether it's professional psychological counseling. Counseling is very, very important. Could you make the right decision? No, tikaita ma decision takatsamwa kuti akakurepa saka afana mwana. Is that chiri kuda mwana? In 10 years time, 5 years time, will mwana not regret not having the father in her life? We have to think the bigger picture yakakosha. The bigger picture is made when you talk to the right people. Who are the right people? The people who are part of your life, the people who are also outside looking in. And it's not an easy thing to do. Inini, I'll be honest, I'll share my story. I've got a child, and this is babake. But mwanangu anaona babake all the time. That was a decision I made. Mwana wangu andidi kuti akure asina babake. But babake neni taitida wirirani. And what would happen was our relationship was toxic. And I didn't want my child growing up in a toxic environment. That's the only reason why this got out in babake. But I made some provisions to ensure kuti mwana wangu contact na baba wake be facilitated. We got lawyers involved, and then they helped us write a contact plan, which for the last 6 years of my child's life, mwana wangu anaona baba wake every 2 weeks. So inindi knows out baba wake will never do anything to harm mwana. But inini navo tino kweshana tiri right, tino marana, ukatuona we are just not compatible. Ekati left, I say right. Ekati high, I say low. But does that mean he's a good father? He's a good father. So I made a decision that was best for my child. And you see, my child, I'm not to tell my daddy with his whole chest, you know. He's so happy to say, well, my dad, but when she tell me my daddy took me to the beach, my daddy took me Legoland. Now, my daddy took me to, Chesington Park. My daddy did this, my daddy did that, because he's got a relationship with his daddy. And for me, I knew that that was important. But if my child's father was not he demonstrated to me kuti he's not suitable to be a father, I would also do everything within my means to make sure kuti haana relationship na baba vake. Asino kuti ndakaona kuti he would be a good father for my child, but he's not a good husband for me. Ndosaka tine arrangement yatinayo. So you look at the scenario, see, is this the best? And do what you have to do to facilitate your child, your daughter, having or not having a relationship with this man. Asi ndichidawo kungokusimbisa ndichiti get the necessary treatment or the necessary counseling for yourself, because what you went through is not easy. And I don't want you to encourage you to sweep it under carpet and pretend that it doesn't matter. You were violated, but only you know you were violated. All of us here can tell you you were violated, but until you think and believe and know kuti you were violated, distress if you don't think that. Saka inini, yosaka ndatanga my statement ndichiti I do not feel qualified to give you advice. I can only give you my opinion, and this is just my opinion. Obviously, coming from a good place and wanting the best for you, I really want you to be whole, and I want your daughter to be whole, because children deserve two whole parents. But if you think that this man is not whole enough to be there for your child, especially 14 years easy, whatever mwana wega, and the circumstances of uchita mwana uyu asili suitable, you make that decision. But make that decision with the relevant information, and that relevant information comes from counseling. It comes from speaking to my authorities. Not because when mapurisa, don't expect mapurisa to be really happy kuti wauya nenyaya yako. In fact, iwo ndio unotoguma watu wa villain, unotogona kutoguma watu vadiwe wane case. Saka make sure kuti unenge wakataura nevanhu vanokubatsira vanokusimbisa kuti, and this thing is not going to close in a week just because you go and say this man raped me. Haizi nyaya inopera in a week. Inotogona kustretch at 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line. So you really, whatever you do, make sure you go in with the relevant information. And decide so I want to land. And I want to land by saying thank you so much for trusting the Ddc Skool of Thoughts platform, especially Elder Dewa, need this very sensitive topic. I topic inoitika kune vanhu vakawanda. Haizi topic yangoitika kwauri. Inini, I have a family member who I love to death who experienced something similar. So I thank you for taking the courage to come and share with us, because I'm hoping that if there's somebody else listening, achabatsirwa onati, ndichitenda ma panelists ari pano achauya chupa mazano avo, my opinion avo. Ndichitiwo, thank you so much everybody that takes the time to comment, takes the time to come and join here, because azvizi nyore, azvizi easy zvatodiscussa panapa. Nhasi ndatopererwawo nesimba, asi elder inini ndakumbomura ndombobuda ndichipa vamwe vanhu kana, because a lot of people were trying to join this stream. So I think a lot of people want to be involved. So I'm going to land here and drop off.
Thank you so much, Ndawana and friends. Guys, as you can see, Ndawana is the one who designed that thing that is going there, scrolling, saying during the whatever, you can support the page by donating your stars. Your stars will go a long way. Right, let me say this. Right, I always say this, and I will repeat and I will say it again. But after the show, if you feel you've been affected, there's counseling. Before the show, there's counseling. So when I got this nyaya unemnyori, like I said, anakutaura about the first part yazotaura. So we are not going to ignore the first part because it involves mwana. So whoever wants to speak, feel free to talk about the father. Feel free to talk about the rape. Your opinions, your views, we respect them. Chandisungoda chete and this a blame game. You would no. If you've got opinion that you want to talk about the father with the case at hand of raping this woman and say it wholeheartedly, freely, your opinions, your views. At the end of the show, I'll sit down with the person, she's here, then we'll send post here, we do what we do. So as good as it is, it's hard as it is, but at the end of the day, I will say, maybe I made a mistake by asking her questions because it was more like an interview. That's why that take us back. If I didn't say take us back, I'm going to pakati, maybe she's going to say it. But anyway, it is what it is. So now we've got a case, which I don't know if it can be dealt with or it cannot even be dealt with. But if you've got an opinion that you want to say about the father, feel free to say about the father. Support the lady. Tell the lady what you think can help. Your opinions, your views, but do not judge the lady. But no, why found us so? Just let us hear. She wants to know what it say. Na baba varuda kuona mwana vaukonzera hafu. Yet vakamurepa. The daughter doesn't know. Is it okay for her to go and tell the daughter, so this is what we want to grasp, this is what we want to know, this is what we want to hear, this is what she wants to hear from you. But was the daughter wrong by saying, you are not my father, I don't know you? Where have you been in my life all these 14 years? And why is it yet because what has changed now? So feel free. I don't know because my phone yanga chimboita chidona ita sesa andisikuziya kuti order yakamira sei apa pavanda apa ndiziti ndi andiclare here andibabs here mukoma Claude here andiziti mukoma Claude ndimatangidza vanera Sibo iwe Sibo
ndimukoma Claude vatanga.
Okay, mukoma Claude.
What number mine? Ndiri number ipi?
Ha ndio last week.
Yo petsera.
Indi number.
Imimi muno after andiclare.
Amusazondikanganwe kaini.
Chete mukoma George.
Chiripo here mulist kana tichi.
Right. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Right. I know Mkoma Claude was there before everyone. Then he andizvati Sibo ndianatanga kuya pakati pa Andy Babs na Andiclare namgona na Dr. Love.
The Andy Babs.
Andy Babs. Then Andiclare Dr. Love.
Dr. Love.
Then Andiclare. Then Sekuru Benford.
But Q and the GQ.
Then Dr. Love. then Sekuru Benford. Then Apostle Brian. Then Ketia. Then Mkoma Bangu.
Yeah, but you never spoken. It's gonna 8.
Right. Mkoma Claude, how are you?
Ndribode wazviri sei?
Bobo 0 day.
No, ndi right. Vamwe ese muri sei?
But
it's right. Mkoma Claude, do want to move our put the comment section.
No, inyaya ingori a bit tricky, you know, it involves the sensitive part here, what happened for Mwana, you know, kutanga aripo. Mwana is a blessing from God, you know, but how the blessing came, it was not the expected and the usual way. I'm looking at this guy. This guy, to me, he belongs to the prison, to be very honest. There is no way he should be in our society, because for me, how I look at it is, if he could do this to this lady, then how many more people has he done it to? Vasina kugona kunge vakataura, you know, of which hazvizoshanda hazvo izvezvi, but that's just me. Even mwana wacho waanoda kunoona, I wouldn't want to think mwana is safe. This is just me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just me. I would never feel safe kusiya mwana wangu mumaoko emunhu akaita so. Kana akagona kurepa mai, what about mwana? The same mind can be applied to mwana. What happens? Saka mwana is not even safe. Of course, like I heard maybe pane zviri kutomunetsawo zvakuda kuti aone mwana, but whatever it is, it does not make sense. It does not even justify kuona mwana. Kana mai vachida kuti vasiye mwana aende kuna baba, kana kuti anoona ngavange varipo panofamba mwana pese, ngavafambewo naye, so that nothing happens, because she has to protect the child. She could not be protected by her friends. That's guaranteed, right? We know it. But she has the duty to protect the child. There's a lot of brokenness that I can see in this whole story, you know, from this guy, whatever he did, taking advantage of somebody. It's just somebody who's broken. After 14 years, chaachada kuunza kana pamwana kana chaachataura chichachinja life yemwana after 14 years. What is it? Saka inini hangu mafungiro angu inini. Yes, it's okay. He has the right kuti aone mwana, but after 14 years, what is it that is going to bring on the table that will change the life yemwana for the better? I don't think of anything that he can bring. I don't think there's anything that he's going to bring. Yes, I'm a man, but if I put myself in those shoes, if I've done something wrong like that, I wouldn't expect people to be so nice to me. What's so nice about me? So I don't think it's okay. Yes, we can try and access to mwana, but how safe is the child going to be? That's my question. Let's also protect the girl child. I would rather whenever she feels safe, then she can be allowed to go to baba, but as long as she doesn't feel safe. Because remember, mai vakarepa wa munhu mukura. Saka anogona kungodyawo futi mazai ake. Because zvinhu zviri normal zvaari kuita izvi. Kwaari zviri normal. For the sister, I think she needs a lot of help. And like Ndawana said, you know, there's still a lot of ground that needs to be covered for her to get to a good place in life, you know. But at the end of the day, I just don't think there's anything good that's going to come out of this guy. Kutotadza uchengeta mwana in 14 years, that's a story that will never be raised in life yemwana forever. So I just don't see anything good coming from this guy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ndazobvunza zvamwe question. But tikaipa pamwe mukana tazobvunza question. Tatani zviya ari kuya after tatani zviya andi Babs.
Make a list so you don't forget again.
Right, yeah, andi Babs.
Babs, then Dr. G.
Yeah, andi Babs.
Yes, dear. Yes, dear.
What is it?
Ndiri right, ndiri sei. Wateerere wedu vari sei nhasi?
Vanhu vane pari pama-feelings.
Nhasi handizogona kuona comment section. Kuti vari kuti.
Nhasi vanhu vakatsamwa kana mastars hapana rumboisa kasitaka kana vanhu vari pahasha.
Shame.
Okay, taura Babs.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mkomadewa. Wataura zvawataura, but zvimwe zvachona ndandiri mbori busy, pane zvimwe zvandisina kunzwa, but zvimwe zvandanzwa zvataurwa nemutauri apedza kutaura, ndiani ataura, ndiani atabva kutaura. Abakutaura manje ndiani Dewa?
Mukoma Claude.
Oh, okay. I think I concur with the zvawataura. Inini I think Dewaka baba ndotosha kuti ndotangira papi because zvimwe zvataurwa tozama kuavoida kuti tisadzokorora. Ini I think baba kuti titaure kuti ndibaba havazombori baba by right vanofanira kunge vari mujeri 14 years. Dai vari kutopika jeri izvozvo zvavakaita izvi havatodhiserve kuti tiswere tichiti hei vane right yechi iwe uri criminal. Makamboona criminal ine right? I don't think kuti vane right. I'm now talking from perspective human rights defender. Havana right yokuona mwana and I think mwana ari 100% correct. And to make matters worse, dai aiziva kuti ndibaba wemwana iyi, at least dai akatombouya akadzoka akazonyengerera akakumbira ruregerero kuna mai ava effect yekuti anga asina kusungiswa, aifanira kunge dai akadzoka akanyengerera akadini akamubatsira kuchengeta mwana akamuratidza kuti zveshuwa I'm sorry zvakaitika but it was not intentional. But kutiza kwaakaita
yakanga iri intentional because he drugged someone.
Aiwa, ndokutaura kuti dai akadzokawo zvesemurume zvekunyepa zvenyu zviya zvamunogona zviya zvekunyepa nyepa.
Okay.
Odzokawo zvedhewa achinyengerera otaurawo kuti hai it was not intentional, ndaikuda sematauriro aita kuti ndaikuda but ndaishaya kuti ndodii but I'm sorry the way yazvakaitika. Dai ndakadii ndakakumbira kana kuti dai ndakakonsenta what something like that. Ochimubatsira kuchengeta mwana. Yeah. Dai tiri kutaura nezvababa. Kwete baba wakarepa, 1 wakarepa, 2 ukatiza. Honestly kubvisa mumhandara wovhwatiza. Hauzi kufunga nezvelife yamai ava kuti mai ava vachasara vachirarama sei. Hauzi kuchengeta mwana akura waakuchitanga kutoda kuona mwana wako. Inini mai ava kana vakateerera here Dewa?
Aripo chiziya.
Inini mai ava kana vakateerera baba avo kanga varamba vachingouya ka handi vari kuthreatena. Ngavamuthreatene kuti ndakundovhura kesi. Haadzoki futi. Haadzoki Dewa. Mark my words, because hakuna mhosva inorova. Wese pane evidence yemwana. Nayo effect kuti mwana hazoda kumuona. He is a monster. Mwana ari right uyu. Inini mwana uyu ndomusapota 100%. Ari right ngavasamudisturb. Kana mwana akuzoda kuona baba wake iye kana mwana afiri akufunga kuti ndibaba wake anoziva zvokuita, mwana wacho achaziva zvokuita. Kana asingadi mwana haade. Let's not force things. Tichida kufosekedza marights paasingakwani kuti hanzi ikodzero yemwana, ikodzero yababa kuti waone mwana wavo. Upi mwana wachona wavakarepa? Did they plan for this child?
No.
Honestly, was this child planned?
No.
So right yainayo pandeji yekufosekedza. Inini I just beg to differ. Kuti mai ava kana vasina kumbosika counseling ngavaende for counseling and move on with life yavo. Wasambozvinetsa nekuti vafile bed kana kuti chii haatombofanira kufila bed. Chaanofanira kugara chiri mupfungwa dzake ndechekuti baba wavo icriminal. Ndimusoro bhangu chaiwo, ndianodhiserva kunzi musoro bhangu. Kwete vamwe vanhu vanongodaidzwa kuzi musoro bhangu wasiri wana bhangu. Iri ndozi bhangu zihombe. Ndizivi kuti pane imwe engo yandasiya here. I think ndizvo chete. I don't think ndingawaste time vamwe vachida kutaura vataure zvavo but this is how I feel. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Andy Babs. Let me just try and recap this story for others. Then those who want to update what transpired with this case. Right. For those who are just joining us, thanks for joining us tonight. Welcome to Ddc Skool Of Thoughts, where we discuss real life matters of the heart, things that might happen to you or someone that you know. Here, We share our opinions, we share our views. That's how we roll, that's how we do. Like I always say, before someone comes on the platform, we give the person the opportunity to do counseling with their one-on-one or with them one-on-one. Then others, they opt not to come. They want to other. They will say, okay, use this as a case study. Then we'll use it as a case study. Some people they call in, some people they don't call in. Some they will be in the comment section. So, nyadi anas yanga media kada show. For those who are just joining us, let me give you the brief of the story. Right. Our story for tonight says absent father. Hi, elder. I'm a single woman, age 38, living in South Africa, and I have a 14-year-old daughter staying in Zim with my mom. My story goes like this. I got pregnant in 2017. I told my boyfriend about it, and he didn't say anything. I never saw him again after that, and I went to his parents, Kutizira, and they chased me away, but his sister was in good books with me. Fast forward, time went by, and the dude never done anything for his child, though he was quite aware since his sister is still in our lives. And remember, we are from the same location. Elder, this is the interesting part of the story. Like what Mambokat said on one of the shows, that why is it that Varimo Zimbabwe Zobudikira Kanamana Akura or Akurorwa. Now this year, the father of my daughter resurfaced, and he went to my mom's place asking and saying that he wants to see his daughter. So my mom didn't want to cause drama. So my mom called Musuguru, my daughter, to meet her father. But my daughter said she doesn't want to see him or talk to him. And she called him a loser to his face. According to my mother, she said that my daughter even started swearing at him, calling F words, and saying she has nothing to do with this man. Elder, all these years, I've never spoken with my daughter about her father since he didn't play any role in my daughter's upbringing. So now, Elder, I need advice to know how I can go about this situation, or is there a specific time when one has to talk about what happened that might have caused them to be separated, or at what age? I asked the sister, but why now that her brother is coming into my daughter's life, yet all this time he was quiet and didn't do anything? And she said, her brother said she wants to know his daughter. Elder, what can I do? Was my daughter wrong or not? Thanks, I'm going to call on the day and hear what others will say. So that's our story for tonight. So lucky enough, the lady, she's here. I'll try and call her again. We called her and she explained the story. So while she was explaining a story, I said, can you jog us back how it all started with this man, the father of your daughter? So she said, by then she was working. So they went out as work colleagues for drinks out. But the mother of the lady in question, up to date, she never drinks, she never drank. So when they went there, the four of them, four ladies, were colleagues. And the guy they went with, the driver, was a friend to one of the work colleagues, who happens to be a friend to the mother in question here. So when they got there, the other two friends, the work colleagues, were drinking, they get drunk. But this lady here, she couldn't remember anything. She passed out. So the idea was to say, when they were going to be dropped, this lady in question here of the story was supposed to be the first to be dropped, then the other four ladies. But it went the other way around. She was dropped last. And when she was dropped last, she wasn't dropped at a house. She was dropped at another friend's house, not the ones that they went with, but a friend who was close to where she lives. But she couldn't walk. She couldn't remember what happened. She was tipsy, yet she never drank. Then, when the friend opened the door and seeing the condition or the state her friend was, knowing that she doesn't drink, asked her what happened. And she narrated to her friend that she doesn't even know anything. She passed out through the journey, only to be waked up when she was about to be dropped. But her body was aching, her thighs were in pain, and she was bleeding. So that's when she realized, and the lady said, "Oh, something has happened to you." Then this happened in December. In January, she missed the period. She was pregnant. So they called she told all her friends what happened, and the guy was called, and the guy confessed to the lady and said, "Oh, you know what? Sorry, I had sex with you. I did what I did. The reason being I spiked you is because all this time I had these feelings for you and I knew you're not gonna love me. So I had to do what I had to do." That was before she knew she was pregnant. That is after the incident. Then when she realized that she was pregnant, akatizira. When she got there, Vamwene told you to know Munhu Waruda is not here, has gone to Botswana, and this guy is married. So from that day up to last month, she never had anything from the father of this child. The daughter is 14 years. So now the guy is back from Botswana. She went, because they are from the same neighborhood, she went to this woman's house and say, "I want to see my daughter." Then the daughter say, "I don't know you, you are not my father. Fuck off, get lost." So that's the letter that I wrote. That's the letter which I read. So now we want to analyze this, try and support this lady, and try and see if there's something that can be done. And how best can we safeguard the girl child? And how best can she break it to the daughter? Is she going to break it to the daughter? And why now the father is coming for this child? Is this child safe? Like what Mukoma Claude have said, with maybe anokwanisa kudya mazai ake. So we need to think deep and try and see how best can we support this woman. She's here. How best can we safeguard both the woman and the girl child? So that's our story for tonight, for those who are joining us. And again, feel free to send some stars. For but masters right. Dr. Love, then Andy Clay, Seguru Benford, Apostle Brian, Mukoma Ketia, Mukoma Kwangu.
Hello,
Dr.
hello.
Love, how are we?
Tapinda. Mira indida iso. Kuseka hako kuasi. Yeah, this story is really bad. The optics yachona kanji kutotanga kutoti, the letter doesn't do the situation any justice. She starts by saying, "My boyfriend," yet Turkuziva kuti there wasn't ever, not even a slight chance of defining that relationship between Annie, this evil person, Murumoy, and the lady as being cordial or anywhere loving, to be considered a boyfriend. Saka, I will correct that in my head because it will actually coincide with that. The monster himself pre-planned this. This was premeditated to the point Yekutu, whoever the accomplice, friend of a friend, needs to be also taken to book about the whole situation. But as I speak, I know that's utopia. That's in a perfect world. And I don't think we live in a perfect world. But kutaura kungotaura hazvo kuti zvibude panze zvigonzwika agonyatso kunzwisisa kuti this is the severity of the situation yaari kutotamba nayo. Mukadzi uyu hanzvadzi yedu ane 38 years. She was 24 and was a virgin at that point. And she was forced to sleep with someone unknowingly, without even any consent, not even a no. She couldn't even say no at that point. That's how severe her condition was. kungozomuka zvidya zvake zvichirwadza, that's a violation of someone's personal body and rights. Zvekuzoda kuzoti baba vani mwana wekupi, no, he doesn't deserve to be called or even put in that category. Sezvataurwa nevamwe kunzi baba pachiyi. You know, they are fathers and then they are sperm donors. Uyu is low hanging fruit of the last bit of a definition of a sperm donor, an unwanted sperm donor. But all the same, to not he does not deserve to be called. Kushika pa gedi pavo would have been an instant meeting of justice. Kana daindanga ndirini kungomuona kudaiso chete. What kind of ningirikini, how dare he? I mean, how is it kuti munhu ane njere dzakakwana akaita zvaakaita, akatiza kuenda kuBotswana achiziva kuti ari kutiza mhosva yaakapara, naso tsika makuti tsikei kusvika padho ngongongo achiti ari kuda kuona mwana wani, mwana upi? Handi makamuramba 14 years ago, handi makatiza muchiziva kuti makapara mhosva, nhasi makuda kufoseredza mwana kuti auye kuzoonekwa newe. Chii chawakaita iwe murume iwewe wachona iwewe? And vaya vari kuti this isn't a place to discuss this ka, ininiwo ndinobva ndangofungirawo pfungwa dzangu dzinomhanya ku-left offside chaiko.
Dr. Love. Sorry, 1 second. Right, guys, the star party is open. Get your stars for free. The star party is open. You can have your stars. It has been activated. The star party is open. Sorry, Dr. Love, go ahead.
No. Yeah, matondi batsira. Nanganchazo taura zvinyadzi pano. But ndrikutoti kudai sosha. The mere fact that his guilt iri pari, and now the audacity of coming to a place achiti ndikuda kuona mwana wani, anditombodi kutombonzwa kuti mwana wangu, because he doesn't have any right whatsoever in any dimensional world kuti aclaim mwana uyu. Hapana. It's just the same as vaya vanoita IVF, in vitro fertilization, vasingatozive kuti masperms awo ari kupi, vakatova nani ivavo. So this one here, he needs to sit down. If he pursues this situation and tries to say kuti ndine kodzero yako ndiye kupinda mujeri, tanga wapikira mhosva yawakaita 14 years idzodzidzi, I believe kuti unokwana kusvika 7 years plus 7 years dzekuti you neglected, and now you are trying to violate someone's nengirikini rights and also peace of mind. Mwana ne 14 years hachakwanisa kuenda kuchikoro because she's afraid of the threatenings dzempavai. We are not going to call him by any dignified name, but mbava chairo, zimbava zigororo chairo ria zibinya. Yeah.
Continue.
In that process, what I am advocating for, and I know Guti, I have it's emotional for a topic like this. You know that one are level-minded. In Nase, I'm not going to try to be level-minded because the act itself is nothing but a criminal act, and no level-mindedness, shika paku rationalize the way and the things that this man did. And Jadzi Yedu has suffered a lot. She has pushed this back. Anga otanga kutaura. And if I caught her well before the Fonia Carter, she literally said, Nangwe nayeo mwana wachona. She is split. She is even split kumove udzamwana kuti ningamtaura chiyi. And it's a constant reminder for her. Kuti zvaakaitwa. And she's spent the last 14 years trying to build herself, trying to make herself better. But this violation has not been put to rest. And I would encourage handradzi yangu kuti iende kunotsvaga help, mental and physical help, kuti vakwanise kupatsanura zvinhu zvaari kuenda through, so that she can help her daughter. Asi totomborinei hake asingatomboziva an innocent bystander kuti amubatsirewo kuti ramangwana risazoite sei, this thing here doesn't repeat itself. And kuzomtaura kuti aiwa, you are a baby and you are a result of A, B, C, and D. Zvinonetsa. It's best kept zvazvo zviri mumhana menyu, as kana kuti zviri muma talks and therapies amunenge muchienda kutaura neshamwari dzenyu. Asi mwana uyu kauyu, don't spoil her and don't affect her future life, because if she knows the real reason why baba vachona vanga vasiripo in her life, and the causes of why she is here on earth, dzimwe nguva anozomukanganisa nkafungwa. So I would appreciate if she desists from talking kune mwana at this age, at least for now. Vozotaurira nawo pawapaya if it comes to that. This is one situation yandinoziva inini kuti a mom would go to the grave with a very burdenous and regrettable secret like this. Ipapo ndinobvumira nawo kuti unenge uri mutoro amai, but it will be worth it for mwanasikana wenyu. But I might be wrong, and I am open to be kutsurwa ipapo. But kune murume uyu kauyu, I think the first thing atisatombotyke kana kuteta kuti mhosva imhosva. Nobody is above the law. And I know you are going to open Pandora's box when you start talking about this, and you are pursuing this. But I believe one of the things that will get you to free yourself is to make sure that you see justice happen in your lifetime. Murume uyu apinzwa kuseri kwejeri, ambogara ikoko ombopikisa mhosva dzaakaita idzi. And if he is listening isusu hatitye, hatitombotye kana kunyara kuti this is something that needs to be dealt with in the courts of law. And the statute of limits haitomborina yatombopfura, and there is evidence. The evidence is in my witnesses. Angaripo 14 years ago, idzo shamwari dzachona idzodzo nenhoroondo yadzakawana ana sekuru, hanzvadzi dzako, mama nevose vanga varipo, nyangwe ivo amai wemurume uyu. I know she won't go against her son, but there is all evidence to support the scenario. Nekuti drug anonzi date drug rapes ayakai, they actually anopikiswa more than just the 7 years, because this was premeditated. And I can already see it, the way he did his things, intentionally going to one place and not taking you and dropping you off kumba kwako, knowing kuti zvaakakuita iwe knowingly. Kuzomudropa kumba kwako iwe hanzvadzika would have meant kuti he would have been placed in the position of crime. Saka akazvingwarira obva aenda kuno kudropa uko kuti asazikanwa uku kumba kwenyu. So at that point in time, he knew what he was doing. And if he knew what he was doing, we all know premeditated crime holds more sentences than kini accidental. Asi ungazoita accidental pachi wapiwa mrufi munhu atozvifungira kuti ndiri kuda kudhraga munhu uyu, and then wokuisira mucoca-cola yaanga uchimwa, whatever, Fanta, Sprite, Spaleta, cream soda, ameno wakapiwa yakadonhedzwa imomo on purpose, achiziva kuti ndizvo zvandanga ndichida kuita. Think of that. Just think about that. Those intentions. And it's a man. Akwete murume mbava gororo ununu ranga richifunga kuti it will get away with it. Nhasi akuya kuzogogodza achiti ari kuda kuona mwana wake. Mwana upi? Inini chandiri kufungira ini chekuti a man that is capable, or zimunhu riri capable of this type of action, premeditated as it were, is capable of any other crime, including murder. If my imagination saves me right, if it saves me right, mfana uyu akakonzeresa samwe ikoko in the last 14 years, ikoko nekuti akagara achingo, he kept on, he hasn't lived to pay for his sins. And kana munhu agona kuwanda apa, anokwanisa kuwanda kumwe kwakawanda uku ozvijaidza, and adaro futi ndipo panobva aita confident ogara achizviita. Why would he stop if people are not coming forward to lay the blame and to prosecute him? Then he will become so confident in the way that he does his crimes to the point anobai perfecta in that way. Inchanda kufunga nje kuti mfana uyu akuda kuuya kuita zvemishonga pamwana uyu. Akutoda kutoita zvemishonga. Kana iri ngozi yakapara kwaakabva ikoko, and I won't even be surprised if that's the case. He might be trying to do something. Nemwana uyu, because all of a sudden, and neforce kudaro futi. What's the motivation behind that? Knowing that this guy is a calculative, manipulative criminal. Why now? Why now 14 years down the road? Asati atoda kutombororwa mwana uyu. Dai yanga iri 21 achiti ndakuda kuuya cause ndakumirira kulaina amapockets angu maybe. But 14 years old, ane zvimwe zvaari kuda zvaakatotsvagira ipapa kuti aite, akakwanisa akaita mukana wekutandara nemwana uyu kauyu. Tinenge tozonzwa dzimwe nyaya dzakawanda ipapa. And hanzvadzi, hanti una anasisi, bvunza sisi woferefetawo kuti chii chiri kuitika, chii chakamboitika kuti iye auye kuzoningirikina. Pamwe haakutaurirei, but pane rimwe zuva chete slip of the tongue, nekuti zvinhu zvakadaro zvinofumurwa kana zvasvika mukufumurwa. And achakutaurira kuti pane mhosva yakapara pamwe behind, over the years yaakuda kuripa manje, and akungoda ngosaidzira zvinhu. Ipapo handizozive hangu, because I'm not much of a knowledgeable person in that factor, but pfungwa dzangu dzinobva dzamhanya dzichienda ikoko, because there is no reason whatsoever for him to have an adamant case in point yekuti ari kuda kuona mwana wake. For what? Mwana wani upi, as I will remain saying, please take this Monty to court and have him spend his life mujeri. That's all I can say. In the pedzangu.
Thanks, Dr. Love. Thank you so much. Right. Andy Clay, how are you?
Elder ndiripo Magadio.
Made.
Aiwa tiripo.
What's a good bedford? What is that? Andy Clay, sorry.
Aiwa, it's okay. Nyaya iyi yangoita zvatanga tisina kutarisira, asi ndinovimba kuti zvinhu zvese zvine chikonzero. Elder kubvunza kwamaita, it was meant to be that we get the full story so that we can advise her accordingly. And I would like to think there's a reason why it came here. And I think kuti any advice that has been given, there is a point of reflection. Saka pane kudzidza nekusarudza zvakakodzera. Ini ndichitarisa nyaya iyi ndine maonero angu nemubvunzo yandiri kuda kuti munyori azofunga nezvayo. Kufunga kwangu kwekutanga kwakasangana nevamwe vabva kutaura nevamwe vataura ndekwekuti murume uyu musi waakaisa madrugs nekubata chibharo munyori ndo musi waakarasa marights ake ekuva ubaba, nekuti akaita zvinhu zvechisimba zvaakanga asina kuwirirana nemunyori. So our sister could have decided kuti izvi ndo zvaitika kwandiri. Akaenda kuclinic kuti ndaita sei, ndabatiwa chibharo, ndiri kuda rubatsiro. Vekuclinic vaimuudza kuti enda unoripota kesi yako kuti tikwanise kukubatsira. Aripota kesi yake vaikwanisa kubva vamubatsira kuti aite abortion. Iyo inova kodzero yaifanira kunge yakapiwa munyori dai aiida, ende yanga isina consent yababa. Handifunge kuti wedho kuti baba varinofanira kutoshanda because murume uyu definition yeubaba yakatobva paari nokuda kwemaitiro ake. Murume uyu kodzero dzake hapasisina. Saka whether dai akaita remorseful 2 minutes after kana remorseful 14 years later kuti achiuya achidzoka, haana kana kodzero, haana kana marights, haafani kana kusvika pedyo nemukadzi uyu zvamuchose chose. Inotori mhosva kuti akatosvika pagate zvekuti dai munyori ariye akamutambira aikwanisa kufenda, aikwanisa kupinda state of reliving the episodes yerep yakaitika kwaari, kwakutoita heart attack. So these are some of the things zvichange zvichiitika munyori. Iwe munyori ukasarudza kuti iwewe uchiumba ukama hwekuti mwana nababa nemurume uyu vange vachisangana, kana kuti nemubati wechibharo uyu, nokuti ndochokwadi ndo zvaari. Are you able to allow yourself every time uchiona mwana wako achisangana nemurume uyu you are going to relive that trauma? Do you think you can handle that? Do you think that it is fair on your child? Do you think kuti zvine tariro yemangwana yakajeka? Those are some of the questions that I think they are quite fundamental for you to reflect on. And then personally, whether it is kutaura kwedu, pakugara kwedu, kana kuti zvinonzi mwana anofanira kuziva baba vake, ndokunge kana kodzero dzose nezvinoitwa zvekuti zvoni vanhu vakange vakawirirana pane kakunzwanana. I think pane pekutangira nekufamba, but apa hapana zvakaitika zvakadaro, hapana pekutombotangira, haafani kutozivikanwa, and hapana there is nothing that the community or the context that you are saying can devalue you kuti iwewe waramba. Apa ndo panofanira kuita ugandanga unoitwa nemadzimai zvinombotaurwa mukoma gwangu kuti when kana mai vakaona kuti mwana wavo ari kukanganisika apa, you are not using your child, you are protecting your child from from someone who wants to manipulate the situation for his advantage, whatever it is. What has made him change his mind 14 years later that he could not? And zvekutozotaura kuti ndakaita kudai because ndaikuda, it's only a way to cover up so that you would not come out of your shell. And usina kumuripotera, he had to say something. And even chero hanzvanzi yacho yavaitaura nayo, they should have owned up. And I think kuti vatete ivava havana kutombomira zvakanaka futi, because vaifana kutonge vachiti vachinyara kana kutaura newe, nekuti zvoni vanenge vachiziva mabasa akaitwa nehanzvanzi yavo, zvekuti ndivo vaifanira kunge vachitoti nerweseri, tinoziva takakanganisa mumhuri, hapana chatingaite here, kana kuti ndokubatsira nei, kwete kuti it's just a relational issue, probably just to check on you and see whatever you are doing, but hapana zvimwe zvinhu zvavaita. So inini such a person ka teta vaka handizivi kuti ndovataura sei, but I am sure that you had your reasons for keeping that relationship natetava. Zvichidaro munyori, zvaunoona apa ndofunga ndotombopfeka hanzu dzangu dzekubasa, zvinoitika nevana, iwewe you lived your own trauma. Mwana ari mudumbu mako experience part of that trauma as well. Whatever emotions or anything that you were feeling, or even if you went in a state of depression, she has gone through it with you before she was born. And then she experienced her own trauma of not understanding kuti anofana kunge ari baba vangu ari kupi, whether you explained it or not. But now she's coming of age yekuti baba ava vakangouya all of a sudden, and perhaps here she had grieved or put off shelved it in the way that she could go on with her life, and you were providing and doing so well. And then all of a sudden someone comes from nowhere, and that will trigger so many things. One of the things that will be triggered is that she will have questions. My questions achada kupindurwa newe of why amena tungidzawo maiki yake ndakunzwa ma-echoes angu. Is that she will have questions.
Dimire. I think we're good now.
Okay, thank you. So this child will have questions. You should be in a position to answer questions in an honest manner that you can, which the child can contain. And then through this process, because you have not walked a journey to its fullest, she can get to a point of, okay, I forgive my father. Are you willing to be able to say, okay, so they can have a relationship? How are you going to handle that situation if it arises? Do you think maybe going through the channels of reporting apana mosha inonzi inorova? There is so much evidence, in addition to evidence yataurwa na Dr. Love, mwana wacho anotori evidence pachake of the rape yakaitika. And things can be done in a discreet manner, but at the same time, there is a point that you need to let this child know this story. And for you to be able to answer questions at the age that you see fit. And I think personally and on a professional point of view that it is necessary for the child to know this story when a time that you consider could she can tolerate, she's at a state of understanding so that she can have a comprehensive understanding of her own journey and of your journey as well, and also of how she is supposed to relate to this soul man that has come into her life. And if you don't do it at a certain time, I can tell you this, if people around you know one way or the other, pane munhu achamuudza, how are you going to deal with that? And questions like, Mama, same sina kundiudzai mimi. Do you love me? Do you have any regrets kuti makabatwa chibharo mukadecida kundichengeta? Those will be questions that she will ask you. And you should be in a place, ko makandisiya ndichiita relationship nababa, imakaziva kuti baba vakakurepai. What if the same thing had happened to me? Why did you allow me to build a relationship with such a person akakuita kuti muende through such trauma? All these are questions that will come your way with whatever decision. More so when you decide to make your child. And I am so certain that you have created a bond. You love this child, and you want the best for her. But at the same time, whatever actions, you should be answerable, be ready to answer to your child, because she will question you. Because even all the same, she will question you kuti, nai mama, same sinombotaura nezvadhedhi pesapa. And these are questions that you should give answers, that when you go on to further the story, hazoti, kupaya makandinyepera. But you should be saying, look, I ended here because I didn't think you were ready enough to to hear the whole story. Now, Wakura, you need to understand this. And I think that is important. There are so many people that end up not knowing or not having answers they need because they never had the opportunity yekutaura nevabereki, especially situations that need some understanding and answers that can be provided by a parent. So I think it's up to you to choose wisely, because vamwe vanosarudza havo kusataura and nobody will ever talk about it. But it's a risk that you will take, and you will have your reasons. But whatever you do, you don't want your child to resent you. You don't want your child to feel like you never had good intentions, even if what you were doing was actually well meant to save the child. So my view is that this man should be reported, whether on or even to even get a protection order, because he will continue coming, because he is so vindictive yekuti haanyari kana kutosvika pamba pemwana waakabata chibharo, haana kana matyira, anotyisa munhu iyeye. And there could be multiple reasons that have been listed. What if kana kuda kuba mwana for any all sorts of reasons? Because kana munhu achikwanisa kubata chibharo anokwanisa kuita human trafficking, anokwanisa kuuraya, and haana matyira. We have had cases of those things that happen. And he is willing to look as sweet as possible so that he can get whatever he wants. But I think you deserve better. You deserve to choose yourself. If you report the case, I don't want to sugarcoat. It also comes with another journey of trauma. It also comes with another. So you have to choose, Kuti, am I ready for this? How do I equip myself to be resilient, to face this, And if you choose to go on that journey, it means the sooner you tell your child, the better, because they will know. So the best way is to tell them sooner than waiting. So it's all and it could end in one of two things. It could end in your child being super proud of you, admiring you for being assertive, for standing up for you and her, and putting this uh, objects of a man, uh, specific man, into a place where he does not potentially rape other children or abuse other people, where he needs to be behind bars. And that is a powerful position to be in. It could be the case as well. You can go on that journey, as traumatic as it can be, and he ends up not in jail. But the fact is, you would have done and said your truth, and that's important. And the journey again you would have walked. But what the results will yield, nobody knows. But the process itself is not an easy one. But ine results ekuratidza mwanasikana wako in terms of processes of lives and how to handle those. So, Munyore, I think you have such a sensitive decision to make, that you should be in a position to understand that there is no room to negotiate with this man. The person that you should be thinking first of is your child and yourself. Uyu hapana zvekunegotiata naye, kuti haana marights, haana kana chinhu chaakakodzera chinofana kunzi zvoni, let's empathize with him, he has not seen his child for 14 years. There is nothing of that. The family itself is vile, from the sister to the mother. They have been vile since they knew, and they never considered you. So perhaps the sister was keeping tabs on you to check what is your next move. But they have never loved you enough to consider. They were protecting their son, and probably they will continue to do so and act in his best interest. So they will never open up to what his next move is. Kana zvaari kuda kuita pamwana, and it will be the greatest mistake to put your child in a vulnerable position yekuti there is no one to fight for her. Because kana aenda kumba kwekwe hapana pauchati neniwo ndakuenda kuhama, zvinorwadza. That's the most traumatic thing that you can ever do. Wakagara uchiona mhondi iri apa bhinya rakatarisana newe richitamba nemwana wako pamuzerere, iwe wakatarisa so, hazvimedzeke. Those 2 hours paunobva ikoko you would need to I don't even know how you can have therapy of that. And the other thing that I would advise you to go for family therapy, you and your daughter. And this could be a safe space where you can tell your story nemwana wako, then muchienda for therapy to a point whereby you can resolve some of the issues, and then woita specified therapy yako iwewe for the healing process that you may need to go through. Maybe you have managed to have a protective mechanism of being as resilient as you are now, but there is need for family therapy and for a journey yako nemwana muchifamba mese muchienda through the healing process, because both of you were equally shocked, and now you have to deal with those unresolved or things that you have put under the carpet for a while, because you need to unravel and face them so that you can progress to the next aspect of life. Mese nemwana wako. So please consider that. ndombogumira pano Dale.
Thank you so much, Andikle. Thank you so much. Right. Seguro Benford, then Apostle Brian, then Katia.
Mkomadewa makadiko.
Murize kule.
Aha, kuno kuti raitu.
Oh.
Ndichangoti gwi.
Sekuru Benford makadi.
Chimbomira ikanda kuti gwi mani.
Murusa munhu wanza ngoti kumuruseiwa apana chakaipa.
Sekuru Benford, how are you akomana? Chisuo.
Imi rega nditaure nyaya tozotaura kuseri.
Alright.
Now nyaya yedu iri very simple. I always say the role yema parents mu life yevana is kuti tireze vana vave independent. Once vapedza izvozvo, kumaintaina relationship or kusamaintaina relationship is bonus. Now for this guy who was never in life yemwana uyu, the decision lies with the girl. Kuti uri kuda here kuita relationship naye kana kuti haadi. At this stage I think kumwana uyu pachiri it's kind of a shock. And actually in that phase where she's processing everything that that is happening, kuti wauya here handimudi handini, unogona kunge achine hasha achine dii, but let's leave room yokuti akazosober down unogona kuzofunga kuti maybe ndoda kuita relationship nehama dzababa vangu, ndoda kuziva baba vangu. It should be up to the girl in as far as I'm concerned. Kana akati haadi, that's end of story. This guy is not right in the but if this girl wants a relationship later on, it should be fine. Now pane chimwe chinhu chiri chandi which is very sad from this story yatataura apa mukomadewa. Now the fact yokuti somebody was raped, and after arapiwa hama dzake nanasekuru vacho even took this girl. I don't understand what was the idea of them taking this lady to this guy's place. Vaida kuti aroorwe here from the tsamba yakanyora waiti ndakatizira. So I think that was the intention from kandanzwa zvakanaka kuti paitwa neintention kuti at some point wanga akuda kutonotizira. I think it's very sad in this day and age yatiri mukomadewa kuti titi kana munhu warepo wangotizira munhu wausingadanani naye wausingadi wangonotizira naye kuti uroorwe nemunhu iyoyo. It's very unfortunate, it's very sad kuti zviri kuitika. Handisi kublame my sister, she was a victim in all of this and nemacircumstances zvinowanikwa, but it's still a sad reality. Zvakadero hatifanira kunge tichizviita iko zvinezvi. At least when you consider kutizira, there should be that aspect yokuti unenge uchidanana nemunhu. Now inini I always want to end my discussions hangu nezvinhu zviri practical. To pursue rape charges zvinogona kuitwa, but from my own perspective it will not yield anything other than prolong pain and suffering, because to prove that case beyond reasonable doubt in any court of law would be very, very difficult. So it can drag on whilst bringing bad memories to our sister, and she has to make a decision. Is she prepared to do that? Inini, I would not go that route. Route yatongoapa apa ndeyekuti mwana uyu odi. Now ndakupedzisa mukomadewa. Zvinhu zvatinotaura panapa ka, let's be realistic. Varume tinoita tumwe behavior twakaipa, but we are not monsters as people want to project. Ndazvama kutaura kuti kwanzi unogona kupesa arepa mwana uyu, this girl child, hakuna zvinhu zvakadaro. This man is coming, he realized he made a mistake. We all make mistakes in life. He realized he has made a mistake. he wants to at least have a relationship nemwana wake. I personally think he's honest. Hapana zvemishonga zvekutaurwa nevanhu izvi. Ndambopa an example kuseri uko mutukudzi une imwe song yaakaimba achiti mai vanga vari mwana mudiki ndanga ndiri mwana mudiki hazvirevi rudo mwana handina. It means as men we make those mistakes at some stage tinoramba nhumbu todii but at some point we come back. This is what has happened to this man. Whether he was justified to drug someone nezvakaitika hazvina justification, iyoyo yanga iri mhosva yanga yakazvimirira, but zvinhu zvakatoitika. Inini handifungi kuti pane zvemushonga. If this girl is willing to have a relationship nababa vake of some sort, inini personally I would not have a problem with that. Kana ari wazviitira decision yake. That's my point. So ngatisatora sokuti varume, I hear women saying in a lot of forums ngoti varume vanozodiya zvodini. No, tinoita mamistakes edu but tinotova nerudo nevana vedu nechii. Some point pfungwa dzedu dzinombodzokawo zvakanaka kuti paya ndakaitei paya ndine mwanaka kusango uku handimunoona. So kana zvaitika izvozvo ngatizive kuti munhu waakutodzoka uri kuregret mamistakes ake. And we have all made mistakes. Inini pandakakura I made so many mistakes. Mukomadhewa pamuri ipapapo, if you look back to your history munotoona kuti pamwe ndakaitawo mistake. Pamwe munotowana mwana wamusingazivi pamunavo vari outside vokuti gorogoro muchatozvizwa kuti chii zvandakaitawo papaya handakanazombobvunzwawo kana kudzokera back. It happens. So I don't see any issue as long as this mwana wayo aine right yokuita that decision. Ndo maonero angu mukomadhewa.
Muri kugara kwari muda kuenda bonde wanobvunza wada kubvunza muri kugara muri pekwa muda kuenda
no iko ndiripo
muripo. All right, fine. Saka handisi muchakubvunza nde wani mubvunzo inchete wanda kubvunza. Right. Pastor Brian, how are you?
Good mukomadhewa, muri sei zvenyu?
Then Katia uri kuya after Pastor Brian.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, dear.
Huh?
Katia, what did you say?
I said thank you, dear. Why you didn't forget me?
Okay, go. We come after Pastor Brian. Okay, Pastor Brian ande.
Okay. So ndambovunza earlier nechokuseri but not on Facebook about the mother not wanting to press charges. So I asked that question, I was told that is exactly what she does not want to do. She does not want to press charges. So as much as the viewers and the other panelists may or may not have missed this point, insisting that she goes and presses charges when the lady has already decided that she doesn't want to is something that we need to reflect. There's a crime that was committed 14 years ago, and I was listening carefully kuti hanzi murume wacho nakatobvuma. I realized that you would never date me, so I chose something that was very egregious. I spiked your drink, and this is what I did. So he confessed kuti ndozvaakaita. This is most likely why paakazonota ane nhumbu obva aenda kumba kwavo katachi. I know exactly who the father is because anambobvira ndarara nemurume, saka mwana wenyu ndiye baba wemwana wangu. Most likely akabva atiza vaenda kupi? KuBotswana for 14 years. Right. This being 2000 and something 7, like you said, 14 years ago. Nobody knows what he's done for the last 14 years. Potsepotse, he settled down. Potsepotse, he had a family. Potsepotse, he's been realizing kuti, ndine mwana ari kunze ikoko. Most likely, it could have been the only time that he did this abuse of spiking somebody's drink. But people have concluded kuti nochi, he's a monster. Most likely, kutone vamwe vari ikoko. Nobody has given him the benefit of the doubt yokuti Potsepotse Chi, this was his one and only one. Potsepotse, he realized and he stopped. When he did it to you, he probably did not do it to anybody else. And the reason why people do this is because wakagonzwa the word rape on vatut, no, Chi, this must be one of the worst sins ever. It's unforgivable and so on and so forth. So I asked this question, which is rhetorical because you won't get to answer, but you reflect within your minds. So let's just say she decides to pursue, she manages to prove her case. Usungisa murume we, he goes to jail for 15 years. When he comes back after 15 years, is he still a monster, or because he served his time, you can now see him as an actual human being? These are things you need to reflect. Because yes, vanonga vachitaura kuti nonochi podzepotsa ndoswera repa mwana wake. Handitika. This is what everybody so far outside of Mr. Benford, everybody else was saying, Anochi, potsepotsa ndorepa mwana wake. But nobody gave him the benefit of the doubt. Yokutichi, most likely these 14 years have been very difficult for him. And iye kutozoya zvinoizvika anotouya kumusha kwemusikana with his tail between his legs, because most likely the relatives know what happened. For him to make that gutsy move yekutichi ndauya kuda kuonawo mwana, most likely it's like the prodigal son, gets given his money, goes there, spends it living like a crazy idiot. Mari yapera, mdara, ndadzoka kumba because ndaona kuti handina imwe option, I cannot escape this. We are blood, ndauya, I need help. Here's another thing. DNA yemwana ne-DNA yebaba would match 100%. Saka nyaya yekuti haasi baba wake kana kuti haana kodzero yekunzi baba wake, on what grounds would we be saying that if, of course, the DNA matches 100%? Saka it's like, because it's an emotional case, people are overriding common sense. This is the father. Mwana uyu, even in the Bible, there was Vanava David, the brother raped the sister. Sister got pregnant, couldn't get married, and so forth. These are things that will happen. Anditika, it's just kuti hasikuzikana kuti ndiani. Mangwana somebody achabatwa chibharo. 5 years from now, pane achabatwa chibharo. It's almost like a vicious cycle of existence. So as no one zvakadai, so it's just kuti you never know who is that person is going to happen to. I hope it never happens to me. It might not happen to you, but right now there's probably somebody out there. So it's a part of society. We will have people who do these things. So then there's this thing, I was listening, Hangu, and there's this thing you want to tell the daughter, this is how you came about. Already the daughter seems to have some bitterness towards the father or the absence of the father. If you open up a child to tell her this is how you were born, you're going to add another stigma. And if this child is 14, she's still studying, she's still in school, she's obviously angry with male figures, or especially with her own particular father. Suddenly now she has to put on the case, convert that into English, it doesn't sound proper. And then all of a sudden, name a stigma. If this affects her studies, maybe she's a straight A student, suddenly you're now telling her this is how you were born. I'm going to say you must stigma. Suddenly, you've made a bad situation worse. It's because you've already placed a different set of information into a child's mindset. My studies, and if not studies, relationships. Because from there on outward now, either an advocate for my rape cases, hey, I hope this never happens to me. But already you have literally jam-packed her mind with things that she did not know, but can create a stigma in her, in the way she feels about herself. So you can imagine low self-esteem will be something that will enter into her mind, and so it's like you've really jarred her. You've cut out one eye. Now there's no makeup she can put. All she can do is put a pirate's cap eye just to cover it because there's no hiding it. It's almost like there's no removing that memory or that new knowledge from a mindset. Yeah, it was Chibaro, and so you are a rape child, and so so on and so forth. So these are things that unbeknownst to this case, because it's an emotional story at Tauro. It's an emotional story at Tauro. So it's going to rile up people's emotions. People are going to be no, Ajite, no, cheese, the monster is, it doesn't deserve this, it doesn't deserve that. But there are repercussions about how you handle it. Because even if you want to say, let me tell the child, this is what happened, you break the child even more. There are certain things that our guru have never confessed to us as our parents. There are certain secrets that we might never know, and they've been kept away from us. But this particular jarring situation is good enough to tell a 14-year-old who is bitter, who has the nerve to say F-bombs to her father, because of course she feels his absence. So I imagine with him, bitter as news. Add the knowledge of how she came along. What do you think you have now? What do you think you end up having? So it's very tricky to forgive people because we classify certain sins in an egregious way. This is absolutely unacceptable. So this is absolutely unforgivable. What if you were the child of a bandit? Why not just Gwesela? Gwesela used to be a dude that has a big road here in the army. Say somebody's opened up a mic. I don't know why.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Panonzi Gwesela, during the times of banditry or whatever the case may be, I think I remember. That guy died.
Richard Gwesela.
Richard Gwesela, I just remember the last name. He died a gruesome death, Anditika, because of the gruesome things that he did. But what if Gwesela was your father? So now, all of a sudden, you label him a monster, but no baba wako, your father, right? No baba wako. Saka, I don't know, but I wanted to offer a different perspective because it's an emotional thing that people have overridden certain repercussions about their advice. I'm not overriding everybody, but I'm just simply saying, he is her father 100%. He admitted Kuti, he spiked a drink. Nekuchka, he traveled away. We don't know what he did for the last 14 years. He could have easily probably prayed to God and asked for forgiveness. You don't know that. And he's probably been living in regret for all these years. Nobody's looked at all of that. But try to reconsider and say, okay. And remember, the mother doesn't want to take this case to the police. That is wrong.
Thank you so much, Apostle Brian. Right, Katya.
Hi guys.
Don't worry. Yeah, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Sorry to say, but I really value the contribution. I'm so happy that I was listening to this. But I just want to, if there's any chance this girl's listening to what I'm gonna say, I hope it's gonna make a difference in her life, because my mom was never. I don't think she was raped, but I have a similar situation where my mom was pregnant, and for some reason she had a big fight with my dad, and for that reason my mom said unonzi kuda say kupedzisa. If like you break up with a boyfriend and you say you never see your baby, see something like that. And that's how I grew up. And like somebody said, I think it was Dr. Love who said something like, there are parents who go to the graveyard with a secret. That's exactly what happened to my mom. My mom died without telling me who was my father and who he was and how he was. And it was hard when I was growing up, because my uncle had to give me his surname, because it didn't make sense that I could be registered in my grandfather or surname. So my uncle said, look, I don't want her to have a birth certificate without a surname, so I'm gonna put in my surname, so that I don't dig in, because my uncle said this child, if she grows up without a surname, she's gonna keep on asking, where do I come from, why am I like this? And I want you to understand, I was the only colored girl in the middle of of Sakuba and all that stuff. So to put a long story short, what I'm trying to say to this girl is sometimes it's better not to say, because you're gonna hurt someone. Every time I asked my mom about my dad, all she said was, I don't think you're interested to know. I don't think it's good for you. Focus on studying. You are healthy. You're fine. You're well taken care of. It's fine. And it's been all that. I didn't see my mom all the time because I didn't live with her. She lived in Mozambique and I lived in Zim. But every time she came to Zim to visit me, the question was, when am I gonna meet my dad? How am I gonna meet my dad? And she was saying to me, as soon as you finish your school, I'm gonna let you meet your dad. That's all she did. And when I finished my school, I went back to Mozambique, and you won't believe it. Where my grandfather, my mom's father, lived, my father had a big house. I always admired that house, but nobody told me that house belonged to my father. I used to pass by with my friends and said, wow, look at that house. It's like a mansion. And nobody said anything until one day I was passing by. The guard called me. He says, "You come here." So I went there. I went to the gate, and he says, "You know who you are?" I said, "No." I said, "Do you know this house belongs to your father?" That's where my whole world collapsed. My whole world, everything that I knew, everything that I wanted to know, it was like I got a shock for a moment. And the worst part for my mom was for me to go home and say, now I know where my dad is, and I know who he is, and I know where he lives. And my mom was crying, and she didn't know what to say, and she was at the same time hurt, but also feeling resentment or regret. And she started to explain to me, but everybody knew, everyone, my uncles, my aunties, eh, even the dog probably knew it except me. And I think the God gave me his number. My father was living in Maputo, and I spoke to him on a Monday, and he told me that he knew my name. He didn't know where I was, but he heard by people that my mom had given birth to a beautiful girl, and she was in somewhere in Africa, I don't know where, but he was at that time he was in Portugal. He got married and he lived his life, but he told his family that he has a child back in Africa. Then he went back to Maputo. Then he says that was on a Monday when I spoke to him. He says, "Look, I'm coming to Beta on Friday." And that was the best news of my life. And I told everyone back in Zimbabwe, all my friends, that finally I'm gonna meet my dad. And at that time we didn't have WhatsApp, we didn't have Facebook and all that. Oh wow, I didn't have access to Facebook if they had. But I spoke to him on the landline. And then Wednesday, he says to me, he called on the landline, and he says, what am I gonna dress so that when he comes out from the airport, then he can identify me and stuff like that. And I was so happy. Thursday in the evening, he had an accident and he died. And I never got to meet my father after waiting my whole life, waiting for one day for to meet my dad. And 3 or 4 months later, my mom died after my father had died. So what I'm trying to say to this girl is that yes, you may be raped, yes, you may be rejected, yes, you may be going through a hard time in life, but sometimes it's better to keep it yourself, because you're gonna do worse damage to your child. And I know it's not easy, and that your child, believe me or not, whether she's not asking you or you didn't tell her, the questions are there. The questions are there all the time, and they'll be always there until you unlock them, until you sit down with her and you talk to her. The only way I managed to know and I managed to make peace with my dad and my mom is that when I started going to university, I started with a boy that had the father was my father's best friend, and I was traveling to South Africa at the airport, and he asked me, "Who are you? I always see you traveling around." And I told my name, and he says, one moment he called my grandmother in Portugal and say, I found George Mota's child. She's here with me." And that's how I managed to meet my grandmothers in Portugal. I flew to Portugal. I met my grandmother. I met my uncles. I met my aunties, and they told me all about my dad, how he was. He was a very good man. He was a good-hearted person. I really look like him, and he spoke about me and all that. And it somehow I made peace out of it. But to tell you the truth, it was something that would hurt me all my life. And there was questions all the time, especially when in Zimbabwe you have Parents' Day, and that's the worst day for any child who don't have a parent, especially if you're doing good at school, because everybody wants to know who is your parent, how come this genius is in the classroom and stuff. And yet this genius or this person who does well at school, there's no one to represent them but only a grandmother, and a grandmother who's not really actually a grandmother is the sister's grandmother. So what I'm trying to say to you is, whether it was a rape or not, just try somehow to explain to your daughter, not to say that you were raped, but at least to say your father is this person, and I didn't have a good relationship with him. He was not really a man of my dream, or a man that I would want to live or settle, but he gave me you, something like that, because these are the questions I used to ask my mom every day. How was my father? Is he a killer? Is he a murderer? Is he a thief? What is he? Just tell me. And my mother couldn't tell. I don't know what happened between the two, but after she had passed away, her friends told me that they had been dating for like 2-3 years, and my dad really loved my mom, and my father was looking forward to have a baby with my mom, because he was always saying, in Portuguese we say mulata, and my father was saying, I'm gonna have a colored baby, because my father was Portuguese, my mom was Mozambican, African Mozambican, so he was looking forward to it. But I don't know what happened between. There's so many reasons people get divorced, people separate each other. Sometimes it's not only rape, but sometimes it's family member. Sometimes it's words which two people disagree, and then end up in situations like that. So if you ask me my opinion, my opinion to this girl is, I'm sorry, and I wish you can tell your daughter, just in case, than her to hear from other people. Because believe me, if you tell me that you made a mistake in your life, and you made a choice to keep me, believe me, I'll love you until the day I die. But if you keep it a secret, and you don't tell her, and you don't become transparent to her, when the day she'll hear, whether you're alive or dead, she's gonna hear it. And when she hears it from other person, it's gonna hurt 10 times more than if it was you. So I'm suggesting that you should tell your daughter. It's gonna hurt. She's growing up, and thank God she's a girl. She will understand, because now 14 years old nowadays are mature. If you sit down with her and explain to her, and try to be to say bad things about the father, but also not to say good things, but try to explain in a manner where she will understand that something went wrong, and my mom chose me, and she wants to be with me, and she sacrificed her life for me. I don't know whether what I'm saying makes sense to you, but that's what, for me, it makes sense. But at the same time, this guy, coming to this guy, maybe he realized that what he did was wrong, but that's not how you come to in someone's life. You just don't show up at someone's door and say, here I am, and this is this. No, I think he had, as African, he should have gone first to his family, or to her, try to contact the mother and say, look, I made a mistake, and I know what I did was wrong, and I believe we have a baby, and this baby deserves better, and I don't deserve better, but I want to be in her life. Then It would be the mother going to the daughter and say, look, your father was wrong and I was wrong too, but he want for your sake, he wants to connect with you. My opinion. And another side of the story is, if the girl, if you were, for what I understood when they was reading, the girl insulted the father like fu and all those names. For some way somehow, she have heard, or she have a feeling that this guy was no good to my mom. So sometimes parents think they're keeping a secret, but the problem is, by keeping a secret, if there's more than 2 or 3 people who know, they always leak leak out the information. Like the same way, like I say, everybody knew except me. And as I grew older, I got to understand, and it hurt me, and it was not easy for me to grasp the situation, because all my questions just came right on my face with the answer together. And believe me, it was not easy. So what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to put your daughter in my position. So try to see your daughter in me, that now I'm 40, and I also didn't grow up with my mom. I never met my dad, and only after that I got to discover that my dad was rich. My dad had houses, had everything, and I didn't have anything, nothing, not even a little needle. Why? Because I was not registered in my father's name, because my mom was upset. So our anger sometimes makes our children hate us for the rest of of their lives, or our anger sometimes makes us lose focus. So try to understand on your daughter's side, not on your side, because the mistake is already done. The water is already, the glass is already broken. The water is already gone. So all you need to do now is to pick up the pieces. How do you pick up the pieces? By correcting it. How do you correct it? By talking to your daughter, because now at this time she plays a big role. At this moment, she's the one which matters. Is the one who's bringing you two together from your mistakes, your mistake as well, and his mistakes. And at the same time, let it be a lesson for any girl who is listening to me. We all been young as well. We have been to parties, but doesn't mean if you're at a party, if you don't drink, stick to good drink. Watch what you're drinking. It's most of the people, they're drugged. Most of the people, she's lucky she was drugged and raped only. Most of the cases, a person is raped and killed. So we need to be careful about what we do with friends, and which friends are we mingle with, and what are we drinking. And this is not the time, the era that you say to your friend, please bring me a drink or buy me a drink, because anything can happen. That's why I'm trying to touch all angles to try to help her. I mean, the mistake is done. Wherever there's a child, you can't do much. And thank you so much. I just want to say thank you for not having abortion, for keeping the baby. And I hope that when you look at that baby, you don't think of the negativity, but at least the positivity, that you have a human being that you're raising, and she's gonna make a difference in the world and the new generation. But then at the same time, you need to play your role. Tell her, sit down with her, explain to her, you know. The reason I'm saying this is also, when my first husband died, I had to sit down with my 10-year-old child and explain to her what is death, and what happens to death, and what I'm feeling, and what I need to do, and to be able to move on. And until today, I got married again. And when I met my husband, I had to sit down with my daughter and say, this is the man I want to be with. I don't know him, but I want you to get with me into this journey to know him together. And don't ever let him, or for some reason, touch your private parts. Anything he does, tell me that you don't feel comfortable. So it's all based on communication and explaining. If you pour your heart to your child, they feel it. They know that my mom is going through this. It's the same thing as a family member. We have toxic family members. If you tell your child that auntie is my family, yes, but she does me wrong, or when I'm with her, I feel headache, or I feel negativity. The children will understand, and they know how to sort of put people in their own places. So I'm just wanting to encourage you to say, look, try to connect to your daughter more and try to explain to her, you guys are going to be best buddies. You guys going to be friends. When the guy comes into the picture, okay, she will know how to handle him, and you both will know how to handle him, and you know the limits, So don't make the mistake of not telling your child what happened, and don't make a mistake to be transparent and say not all relationships are sweet and honey. Some are bumpy, some are bumpy roads, and we in the bumpy road we make a mistake, and from that sometimes the bumpy road leads to a good ending or beautiful paradise, and the paradise it's you, and when I see you I'm happy to have this beautiful daughter. So that's what I'm trying to say. Don't focus too much on the negativity. Don't focus too much on what he did. Focus on your child, because she is the one who has to live a life. And believe me, human beings, we somehow in our DNA, we want to know where we come from, who is our family, who is our siblings, where which part of Africa do we come from. All this somehow plays in our minds. Some kids they express it, some don't express it. So all I'm trying to say is dig in to your daughter and explain to her. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katia. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mugoma Bang.
Right, tongogwishura because zvinhu zvizhinji zvataugwa. Izvo kunzi mwana unoudza kunzi baba vako vakandirepa, that's nonsense. Zvaanofanira nokuudza mai kuti kwai muudza mwana kuti baba mai ako ndawanika vane chikomba vachihura. That's ridiculous. Kana pakuriso kuno achida hake ndoripota rep yake vaigona kuita ma-investigations, but kwedu kumusha uko handioni chibuda. Anyway, it's worth a try, but ingani nyaya dzakatsikwa-tsikwa. Imwe advice ndingapa kuvanhu vechirume. Varume, imbofunga mukadzi pane katime yatakakura kumutumba achiita weti chaiye, umwe waitochinja nzira nokunyara. Imagine kupinda pakati pamakumba ake. Zvimwe zvinhu, let's just, especially drugging someone. Yeah, I know dzimwe shasha dzaisira vakadzi mabreakfruit yemota iyoya iri deadly. Yeah, so zvimwe zvinhu vasikana izvo zvimapati-pati izvi zvimwe kosingamwi, better to try and avoid them, because kuna majumba musanduku asingagoni kunyenga, anototi dzawira muswanda. Kune varume vakuru, I know a guy ndakambokutaura iwedewo, ari muno asingagoni kutaura chaiko, kuti kutaura nemukadzi kuti ndokuda is a problem. Munhu iye akawana mukana, yes, anozviita. Dena achifokasa, because kudakinda futi kumakotsi zvinogona kudzorera rekera yainga yapera kudhara. Inonzi yakaita went through that trauma yakaenda went through inogona kudzoka futi. Makotsi kwachona uchandosangana namapurisa asingahwisisi, mamwana achida kubata pachivoko muhomwe and all the stuff zvonzi iwewe ndiwo wakazodai, unozviisa panguva yakaoma. Dei kwakuri kumasystems anenge okuno, yes, nyaya yachona yanga imhosva dzakawanda dzakabata mamwe mashefu, maministers chaiwo navo mwanga wana mabasa akanaka, vakaita marep makore apera, but kwedu kumusha zvinotinetsei. So the best thing achifokasa nomwana wake, yes, pamwoyo akazvirealiza kuti ndakakanganisa, akada kudzoka o kwava kunyara, we never know. Ndambotaura kuti kuna varume vasingazivi kumirisana kutaura nomukadzi kuti ndokuda kushama muromo uyu, havakwanisi. Varume vetinotoziva varume vakuru. So dei afokasa nomwana wake, because kana akataurira mwana zvichatraumatiza mwana futi. Imagine kuudza mwana kuti mai vako vaura, kuti zvinoafekta mwana sei. That's brain hemorrhage kumwana. So inini hangu ndo zvandingangotaura. Zvizhinji zvataurwa nevamwe valid points dzapuwa navamwe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Sekuru muri pere? Sekuru Benford.
Ndiripo.
Ndira kubvunza mubvunzo unanobvunza wewe.
Yes, please.
Right. Imi mamuchiti baba ava vanoona mwana. Is he going to own up to the daughter? Kuti you were conceived through this way. How is he going to have the relationship and the transparency? This again question goes again kuna mukoma kwangu. What mwana ndarege kuudzwa chokwadi kuti this is what happened. Kwakazenda find out what will be the repercussions.
Yeah, mubvunzo wenyu wakanaka, and I agree navagwangu kuti izvozvo hazvina relevance kumwana.
Why?
The other way of looking at it is I'm not condoning rape in any form, but let's look at it this way. Had this not happened, this girl would not be existing as we speak. As bad as it is, that's a fact. There's no way she could have been in existence because my genes and that's part of her. So at times we have these sad realities, but they lead to some outcomes that we have to live with. I know somebody mentioned earlier on, a murderer, but no reality toripo, you can't change that. So in that bad situation, we have to look at the positive. The positive in this case is this girl is there, she is alive, and she can contribute to society. And we have to look at that those people, of course, might have realized mistake. Some people are saying that he's still not remorseful since he's trying to force people. Usually, try force because of the reaction that you are getting from people, because it looks to me with Abasi receptive to what he's trying to do. And when you want a relationship in at that point, it's not good to at times. Remember, like what Pastor Brian was saying, which is very interesting because for the first time I've been agreeing with Pastor Brian, and I think he seems to be agreeing with me somehow as well, which is very interesting. Given north and south poles most of the time, but today we are on the same page. This man might also have been torturing himself. I know but it tortures yourself kuti ungofunga kuti ndine mwana izvozvizvi ndiri kuno kuAmerica, ndine mwana uri pana kuKaribo, I have no means of communicating naye, but ndine mwana uriko. It tortures yourself. So at times just going back kungoti ndangokuona kuti ndiwe apa, even ndikauya nemengo chairo tikangochekerana mengo yochidya ndichidya, it gives me a relief muupenyu hwangu wokuti ndinonzwa kutosununguka ndatowa munhu. And at times we take this for granted because this bitter, this guy, my emotions, this is a rapist, this is what. But some of these things, uri young in your life. I said earlier on, I've made mistakes. Mistakes. At some age, we all made mistakes. Zokuti tikatodzokera kumashure unoyazo kuti apa ndingada ndichosave kana 30 years in prison, but ndakangopunyukawo nhasi ndinotova pandiri panapa. I mean, it happens. So without knowing the full details of what of what happened, since the mother is said she doesn't want to press charges, my goal would be kana mwana musikana achida kuti kuona baba vake, I don't see anything wrong with that. For now, let's give you time. Ambota so kuzviabsorba. Amwe ma-details ari specific okuti ndakazorepwa. For now, tongowasiya, tongoti baba vako vanga vasipo. All these years vauya and vongoona nawo. Toona kuti baba chii chaari kunyatsokuda. When he says he wants a relationship with mwana yako, what is it that he wants? That's those are my views.
Dewa.
Ndingapindira aiwa mirai ndipindire.
Dr. Lafka wanchenda sekuru sena. But
Ngaasaende kuno.
Kule mimi Pastor Brian na mgoma gwangu for me are not fair.
Yeah, you're not being fair.
Yeah, I want to be honest with you, gentlemen. Mirai, ndikutsanangurire. You are not fair. Because why I'm saying you are not fair. Murukutarisa mimika best need the reflection of your bad deeds to make it good. Because you are now remorseful. Now this cap has to fit this daughter, right? Have we heard what Katia said? Katia said, akazon's got my friends. I'm moms vake vafa. And so, imimi, kanamuri so remorseful. Why can't you own up and break it yourself to this girl child?
Yeah.
Honor, daughter. As much as I'm here, right, I need to be man enough. I need to own up. This is how I'm going to own up to you. I'm so grateful that your mom didn't do the abortion way. What happened was, I knew Kuti, she wasn't going to love me. Because we have two people from two different classes. So what I did, I tricked your mom through her best friend, went to the pub, and I made your mom drunk. When the mom drank, then I took advantage of her. But I was married or whatever, so I couldn't be there. And now I'm a changed man because this guy has changed. Now I'm a changed man. I've made my mistakes. I know I wasn't there for you, but I'm here now to make the right things. It's entirely up to you if you want to accept me in your life with all that I've told you, or you don't want to accept me than to deceive this girl child, then also find out later. Agma 30, 40, but no. Man is stupid. I don't think it's gonna sit well with the daughter.
Dewa.
This is
Dewa.
mistake.
Dewa. I'm sure you distorted me. Ine handina kuti murume ari right. Zvinhu zvandaramba ndezvokuudza mwana kuti uri mwana werep. Zvakangofanana nokuti wabata mukadzi ane chikomba, wobata mukadzi wako ane chikomba. Wotaura kuti mai ako ndavaona vachiura. Zvine damage kumwana. That is what I'm saying.
Ndo pandataura mukoma gwangu kuti imimi na Sekuru Benford na Pastor Brian mati mwana ndareke kuudzwa unzo rwerap. Handiti. Ndo pandiri kurambira imimi pakuti no, you guys are biased because mwana has to know the truth.
All right.
Mirai mukoma gwangu. Then kuti azoita find out. Saka ndo pandaizoelaborate more. Ndakutaura pane muna refone kuti aswike. Ndo pandaizoelaborate more. Ndakutaura kuna mukoma kuna Sekuru Benford kuti no, Sekuru Benford, what you have said is like this. But the matter of the fact iripo ndeyekuti imimi you guys muri kungotika because my reflector on your mistakes and you want to put everything behind you and say, no, this daughter has to accept me because I'm now reformed, I've changed, I was naive, I was young, but Mudze Chobadi, Omeka Ega, her own decision. If she wants to accept you as a father, then she will. If she doesn't, She'll tell you, no, I don't accept you because of A, B, C, D. If she's gonna turn around, she will turn around by herself. But one mood that this is exactly what transpired between me and your mother. This is what I'm just trying to say. This is what I'm advocating.
Yeah, mirai
ndobva ndabuda
aiwa mudezve kana ndisati
mirai Dr. Love vada kubvunzai mubvunzo vanhu vari pahasha mirai basa penyimo.
Mirai ndibvunze, kana munhu akabatwa nekuda kwekuti aakanganisa akuzoti I am sorry kana kuti ava macrocodiles tears aya ekuti abatwa ndiko kuchema kwake, tingamuti haafanirwe kuende kujeri? That's a rhetoric question, and I don't expect you to answer it because I know the answer. Saka I am going to tell you this. Kana murimi varume kaimimi muri kuda kuti izvi ndazvingogara zvakangodaro nekuti kuZimbabwe hakuna nemutemo wose, tisu tiri kusakisa Zimbabwe kuti igare yairi, hatisi kumirira the right and the true justice. Hapana zvekuti mira henyu handi kama tisaite emotion. Mira ndichikutaurirai in a very calm way. What happens to situations dzakadai dzinogara dzichingopinzwa under the carpet? What happens to our society? What happens to the next person whose trauma has not been put to bed nekuda kuti isusu tiri kutya kuti isusuwo takambozviita saka vakabatwa ivavo isusu tobatwa, we are feeling guilty, we will all actually go to jail. What kind of society are we trying to build? Kana pakadaro kavarumeka, I'm taking your men card today temporarily nekuti hamuna inokodzero yekuti muri varume muchimira nevakadzi venyu. This is trauma. It's not only going to stick for the uyane 38 and 14 uya arikuzouya, it will still happen and it will perpetuate until we stop it. When do we stop it? Kana tichida ngoti ngazviregererwe. Stop it now. Stop it in Amai Mugabe's voice. Stop it.
Dr. Love.
Naimi Dr. Love. Dr. Love. Mobata zveshuwa mukadzi zvendomboona zvinoitwa navamwe varume zviya, wobata mukadzi aine chikomba. Do you think it's the right kutaurira mwana kuti ndo zvandawanika kana kutoburisa neevidence yachona? Is it right thing to do?
I don't have any issue kuti mwana angasataurirwa, asi murume uyu ngapinzwe pajeri. That's all I
need. Zvejere handina kuramba, zvandaramba ini ndezvokuti mwana audzwe. Handina kuti murume asaenda kujere. You are distorting me kubvira kuna the watch.
The mother is insistent that she does not want to press charges.
Mwana unotaurirwa, but there's a terms of telling the child kuti pambe kuti ndaona ndabata mama ako ari pamusoro pemunhu pasi pemunhu, unoti me and my mom, me and your mom, we don't have the same feelings as we used to. Saka when adults grow older, there's a certain things that they do, and when things doesn't work, they have to go separate ways. I go on mwana wako ndaona mama ako ari pasi pemurume, evidence ripano. Aiwa, there's so many ways to kill a cat.
Mkomadewa ndauda kundibude. Okay. Rega ndianze Dr. Love. I think vanga vachiti havasi emotional, but he's still emotional about this, which is okay in some cases. It's not a question yokuti tiringoti ngaasasungwa kana kuti ngaasungwa. We have to be realistic. If you take this court, even muno America, for prosecution, your chances of being successful are very, very low. Very, very low at this stage. Happening 40 years after this has happened. Wambo try kutizira, even in our culture. Wawuyana sekuru muchida kutizira, and nothing was mentioned. And 14 years later, you want to take this to court, and you think you can prosecute this case and win it in a court of law. It is beyond reasonable doubt. Realistically, your chances are very, very low. She has the right to pursue it, but will she be successful? I doubt. I'm not a lawyer, but from experience, zokuona cases the chances are very low. It's going to drain her. It's going to cause a lot of trauma, not only to Kwari, but to mwana wake, with a very minimum chance of ever being able to successfully prosecute this man to jail. That's the first point you have to also consider. And then we have to look at the realistic yokuti zvinhu zvakatoitika. Whether musikana yachida or not, the reality is ndoma biological genes. Aba baiva vatiri kuti rapist pano, that's your father. Okay? And what are the benefits of her maybe forming a relationship? It's up to her to decide. Okay, in this life, in I've always said with the role of my parents, it's a social role. Beyond that, you make a decision. In as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter. Okay, once you are independent, you can do things on your own. You are free. Okay, so it's up to her in as far as I'm concerned to make that decision. Now, coming kumudza chokwadi yamamutaura mukoma Deo andirika, I have no problem nokuti eventually azive chokwadi, but we have to take things step by step, stage by stage. Haungosviki kwaari uchiti ini ndini rapist, ini ndakarepa mai vako ndokuti what is it going to do to her? So tinotanga step by step. Kana ava comfortable nesituation, then some of the details could be revealed to her later. Kuti uchiona mwanangu ka chinhu chakatiita kuti ndike ndisi muupenyu hwako all these years is because I never had a solid relationship namai vako, and this is how that can that could come later. Lastly,
now we are talking. Now.
Lastly, Dr. Love, that understand when we say we are not saying kuti mhosva dzokuti nhasi kuno takatowanda. We are simply highlighting the fact that as humans we make mistakes. Okay, especially muchikura muri teenager ages, muchidini, we do so many things. Zvekuti if society is that not forgiving, kuti zvawakatoita, we have to prosecute, have to go to jail and do all of this, you'll find kuti majera acho anozara.
I would want to beg to differ, because there are cases where it's very, very egregious. Kupa munhu mushonga wozomutorera hunhu hwake. I don't think that you understand.
How do you prove that? How do you prove that in a court of law? At that point, it becomes
the question is akatozviconfessa. There is a written
word,
confession.
my word,
with witnesses around the corner. There were witnesses ipapo paakabvuma kuti ndio zvandakaita. That's where the problem is. Ndiko kwandiri kuuya nako. Handisi kuuya kuti it's hearsay. She actually said akazvibvuma pamberi pevanhu vose. And the lady had steps aakaita, and even her friends confronted him. To the point yekuti
sei akanga achida kutizira pachichona kana uchitizira uri kuda kunoroorwa nemunhu iyeye.
Because
Sekuru Benford, mwaiziya imimi kuZimbabwe ukaita nhumbu waenda munhu akuisa nhumbu, even wakadzi vakawanda vakaroorwa nenyaya yekunzi wanonoka kusvika mumbana 6 okudzokera kwawabva. Muri kunzwa vazhinji, it was marriage of convenience. It's not convenience, I don't know what to name it. Wanga uri kupi dzokera. What more uyu? Aiwa, mirai sekuru. What more yarozwa kuti she was a virgin. Aspayikwa. Munhu wacho ndiye amubvisa virginity. Abvuma. Obva aita nhumbu. Maida kuti aende kupi nhumbu yacho? Let's be honest.
No. The thing is the way yakapresenta nayo nyaya yake. Kana aingosvika first time achiti ndarepwa, handitika, it would have been treated as such. hakuna maparents vanomanikidza mwana uri kuti ndarepwa ndarepwa nabenford womanikidza mwana kuti ine anoroorwa naye.
Sekuru Benford,
Mashona yedu hakuna zvakadaro.
let's put it this way, right? We are talking of a woman who was 23 years old, a working class, right? Mirai, let's Susuka, atidi kutiza our social norms because ta abroad. And tineka makamufungire kaneta kana tiri pamunhu kwako. Kamufungire kanenge ari very barbaric to a point. Sorry to say this. Mwana ana 23 years. Always wishwa chiti ndabatwa munomuda unopengere mukadzi mukuru yo. Anditi because she was a working class. Kudai angari maybe 18 19 people would understand. Anditi. Saka akaza kuti munhu anditsanombonde uyu ndi Benford uyu. Nezvakandiita zviya, I was a virgin. And the Benford accepted yes because there's only Chandrambha. I had to make a trick. Anditi saka my trick worked. But unfortunate, Benford was married. That's why my Benford because if Benford wasn't married, I'm telling you this, Benford was going to be happy. Good, I've succeeded. And I got a scenario and ndakanyenga msikana for 2 years. Kumabvuku achindiramba. Anditika musi wakazondida ndikarana naye ndakamusiya ndabva muramba. Why? Because ndakatonda musira mwangu yangu. But I should have been very happy to know my 2 years of wasted. But I was angry with her. Let's be honest, as much as we are trying to say, I'm not denying people change. People change. Don't get me wrong. People make mistakes like what you've said, and people try to become better people. But let's try to call a spade, and let's try to say where this guy is wrong and make him see and realize where he had made these mistakes, even though the benefit of the doubt he has transformed himself to be a better person. Maybe that one, we're not going to take it out from him if he had managed to change to become a better person. And he has to own up, like what you've said. I don't know how he's gonna break it to the daughter. But I want to see because you're my daughter. By thunder, by force, and now threatening people, no, because she's my daughter. Any product, your force, it doesn't work. Because he is on the wrong. It proves now with this guy, he has never changed. Because you cannot force yourself to see your daughter, yet you rape the mother. Otherwise, he should have find a better way of approaching, to use a sensible way, even by starting from the mother, how to penetrate the mother and say, you know what, dear, I know I wronged you. I need to make up things straight before walking straight. Let's be honest, this guy is wrong. He's very, very wrong in all avenues. He's wrong, this guy.
Ndokungadewa iwaona kunyatsondinzwisisa iyi. Ini nyaya yandaramba ndeyekuti mwana audzwe. Zvimwe zvese zvandinamboti muchinda uyu ari right. Muchinda uyu mukadzi kana achida kupesuwa nyaya yake kukoti, it's up to her. Mwana uyu kana achiti handidi kuonana nababa, that's absolutely fine. Nyaya yandaramba ndeyekuti totora trauma kubva kuna mai toisa kumwana kuti unoziva kuti mwana werepo here. That is what I said. No. Kumwana no, ndikapa example yekuti nini mai vomwana ndikawanika vachiura handiudzi vana.
Mukoma gwangu pandikutadzowirira nepani one, right? Imimi muri kuti mwana mustn't be told. Andizvo zvamutaura kaimi?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Can you elaborate? Chimbonase elaborate ipapapo ka kuti muri kuti why mwana mustn't be told?
The trauma yomuneisa murekera mu brain dzomwana, that's too much.
Okay.
Uri product ye rape.
No.
Only can damage that child for good.
If we're gonna use the words uri product ye rape, that's demeaning somebody and that's insulting someone. But if we are to say to the mwana, look, daughter, this is what transpired, we did this. Me and your mom went to the pub, we overdrank, da. But your mom didn't consent for me to have sex with her. But I took advantage of her because she was intoxicated. And by that time, I was married. And I didn't know that the first cut is the deepest. She fell pregnant of you. And because blame game, because of my mom chased her away, and I was afraid of my mother, I had to run away. I was also afraid of your uncles. I had to run away and stayed in wherever I stayed for 14 years. Now I'm here. I know it has been years, and I know I didn't do anything to support you. It's entirely up to you to accept me as your father or not. But I just want to let you know that I am out there. That's it. Because if you don't do that, and this girl is going to grow, remember, pane 4 weaknesses, 5 anyway. Who know about this whole thing? Akazozizia ega. She's going to be rebellious to the mother. But what kind of a mother are you who didn't tell me to let me go and graze with this hyena? Yet I'm a sheep. Why makandisi and the chenda kunemun? Because it's either why makambondisiaga dilly-dallying with this person. If it raped me or if it done something to me, how was I going to protect myself? Saka, it's better kumwana kuudzwa then mwana oita ega informed decisions which she feels is right for her to do. If we are to say mwana is too young to be told at 14, then we have to eliminate the father from seeing the child until when we say, okay, what is the right age for mwana to be told this kind of trauma things? If you say it's 18, then you tell the father, no, don't communicate with this child until when she's 18. Then you will tell her. That's my own personal opinion.
Maybe that's my turn to ask you one question. Okay. I promise to Vandabuda. In your own opinion, those minor details that Murku said, how do you think they would help this girl? Just right. Like this was a one night stand and you were conceived. So those minor details.
Right. Do you want me to answer you?
Do you
want me to answer you?
Yes. Because in 1 minute, in as far as I'm concerned, the main statement is the father was absent. In life, your man, father na Maya were not Garawirana, and now the father is back. Those are the big stories. Those are the details. Right. Feel like pamakaita your sexual encounters zvanga zvaitika mamadini tese tiri pana but do we know the details of how we were made? Do we need all those details?
No, these finer details tiri kuedza kuda kueliminate that idea yamuri kuti she mustn't be told. Muri kuona tiri kuti she would rather be told with those small prints asiri maniti grits, but achizoziya kuti okay, my dad was absent. Why? Because of ABCD. Right? What happened is because takaenda kubhawa tikadhakwa tikazodai. That way zvinoti mwana abatsirike than kuti mwana asatombozi motanzi ndagara ari murima chete. Musambomudzi because urwe rape gara wakadaro chete daba boko uchingwada zvadaro chete ainyika munonyepa imi. Lisa, how are you then, Pastor Brian? Yeah. Sorry,
can I hold on. Yeah. Just give me 2 seconds. So I'm hearing you, Komadewa. So let me just put myself in the position of the father. Yes, my daughter, I am your father. You said, Kuti, you must find a way to relay the rape, right? And Mkoma Gwangu said you're going to stigmatize the child because I think rape. Let me explain something to you. If it walks like a dog, if it barks like a dog, it is a dog. So if the father says, I spiked your mother's drink because I knew that I'd never be able to date her. I proceeded on to have sex with her and without her consent, and then you were born. Either way, you are describing rape. When Mwane starts to listen to that story, no matter how gently and honestly you try to tell that story, you have made her realize whether you describe and beat about the bush. We went out, we were chilling. I don't drink. Chi. But the end result is you had sex without the mother's consent. Whether you tell her this at the age of 20, 25, she already hates the fact that the father is absent and has been absent for the last 14 years. By the time you bring this up at 25, this is how you've actually been born. This is how you came about to be conceived. I just hate my father because he was never there. Oh my goodness, you've given me more ammunition to hate him even more. She might end up becoming either a lesbian, kana kuti, andungodiega, you know what? If this is what they did, then you cut off a generation. If she ever wanted to have kids, because if men are like this, she already has a stigma. She loves her senkurus from her mother's side, right? But she might not consider settling down. So I'm chose now magureza vana vanoita ma LGBTQ ABCD, and it's makutovaisa in that category because guess what? Mamuza kuti you described a rape. You didn't tell her directly, but you described it. Either way, there's no two ways she doesn't come out of there with brain hemorrhaging. You actually damage the way she looks at herself, looks at her mother, looks at her father. She will visualize all manner of rapes and say, hey, rape is actually a violent way of doing things. So I was born through violence. It's not just a matter of telling her, it's also the imagination that comes through. So how was it? Was he super cruel? Was he not? Was he gentle? How did he force himself into my mind? All those imaginations will pop up before you know it. I'm just touching, not knowing what a woman would think and it's a child at 14 who is already sounding bitter. I know the F you because of his absence. When she finds out what she did, what do you think she'll add to those Fs? Saka, there's no gentle way and it does not work. This is how you came about. No matter how mature she becomes, by the time you reveal this is how you're conceived, you've broken her. Just when she thinks I'm dating, maybe she's even dating somebody at 25. I'm dating a guy, I just figured, let me try and have a boyfriend. This is what you told me. No, I don't. You have scarred her even more than you realize.
But Wakomana, let me be honest with you guys. Vana vemazivano, right? Vasiyana nesusu maG50. They will tell you they would rather be told and know than for them to find out.
Exactly.
Ukamudza zvako chokwadika, ozvizira, omeka ega informed decision. Hana problem newe. Than to deceive them. If you want to make log at your kids, try to deceive them and manipulate them. Okay, cool. I'm okay with it, or I'm not okay with it.
That's true, Dewa. That's true.
These guys, 14, right? At 14, at 14, these guys are well. Tora mwana ne 2 years. Asta kutarombe phone. Anokubera mabata nika. Achitote ayo. They.
Yeah, but that's true.
I rest my case on this one.
Being.
Ora itara ndikleno andapalisa. Akuso brand musende garaipo.
Okay.
Garaipo.
ndoda
katsike chagara ipapo.
ndongosheya example yekesi yemunhu asina kuudzwa zvakaitika. Mukadzi uyu atova mukadzi mukuru, handiti haana mai vakaita zvavakange vakawanikirwa nesituation yavakawanikirwa nayo. Ndobva vaita mwana womusikana. Vaita mwana womusikana, vaiti vakabvunzwa nemwana musikana kuti baba vangu ndiani, zvakafamba sei. Mai nokuda kwechigumbu nezvakange zvaitika, she never used to say. Ndobva vasvika papoindi yekuti vaiti baba vako ndinhingi, vobva vanyarara. Vobva ati zveshuwa here. Mwana uya oenda onobvunza kuna baba vazvonzi aiwa handisirini, inini namai vako taingova mashamwari. Saka mai vaye vakabva vazorwara. Mwana mai vachirwara kudaro, hamene kuti baba namai vakanetsana pakati pavo. Vanetsana kudaro, vasvikirana baba namai vachitukana kuti nanhasi hausati wamuudzi, nokuti mai vangu vakatoroorwa kudhara nomumwe murume. Murume uyu zvakare for a number of years mukadzi uyu akafungira kuti ndo vanga vari baba vake. Only kuzonzwa mai futi vachipopotedzana nemurume waifungira kuti ndibaba vake, kunzi nanhasi hausati wamuudza kuti baba vake ndiani, uri kungoramba uchitenderedza mwana. Zvakaita kuti mwana ave neconfusion atova mukadzi mukuru. She was so confused to a point whereby she did not have an understanding yekuti zvoni zvakamira sei, relationship yangu nevarume yakamira sei. Mukadzi iyeye akadanana nekurara more than 50 men because of such traumatic things whereby there is no closure. Mai havana kutaura kuti chii chakaitika. She went on to try and do my DNA tests nevarume vakasiyana siyana, akutofungira ega kuti pamwe uyu aiva neclose relationship navo kuti vaigara mumaraini, and she still did not get her answers. And that's a difficult position to put anyone in. And the trauma yekuti it even led on kuti she could not even deal nema situations emwana wake mukomana because of the trauma that was not resolved naamai vake. Then it becomes a generational issue yetrauma inongoramba ichiita spiral out of control. And I think there is a beauty in healing from a place of truth, and it's done with sensitivity. Hapana munhu anombonzwa unzi iwe you are a product of rape, kana kunzi iwe inini ndakadai so ndakaspika drinki. There is a sensitivity that is applied to it, but the truth needs to be told. And it helps to tie the knots, to bring closure, to bring meaning making inoitwa nechokwadi. The challenges we are having of meaning making is because sometimes there is no solid foundation. And the ground just becomes shaky. And I agree with you, Dewa. Vana vatinawoka vanonida chokwadi. If you withhold the truth from them, vanotozovenga iwe zvakatonyanyisisa kupfuura iye munhu wacho akatokanganisa. And they want to know the truth so that they can make an informed decision yekuregerera iye achiziva. And they want you then wavaudza chokwadi to support them in their decision. Saka awamudza chokwadi anokwanisa kuti inini I know my father or my mother did this, but ndinovada zvakadaro. That's where a parent needs to now stand and say, I will not let my bitterness or whatever, now that I have to deal with. But and you also need to make the child understand, but this is where I stand, and to be honest and truthful about how you feel. They can take that. They were sorry without it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Lisa, how are you? Lisa? Lisa? Okay,
Dear, I just wanted to tell you something quickly.
go ahead. Lisa, just there.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I know an old man who used to be my colleague back home in Mozambique. He was one of my, not my director, but what you call pedagogical. He said that he was very old. He lived in Germany, and he said his mother was raped by American soldier during the war. And his mother told him, because when he wanted to know about where he comes from, although he was German, but he looked different from other Germans. Normally the Germans have got blue eyes and blonde and different structure, but he looked funny anyway. So he asked his mom, and the only way his mom tried to explain to him in a very soft and understandable way was, my son. He explained to us, and this is what he said to us, that his mother said, my son, if there's something beautiful that I made during the war, was you. During the war in Germany, it was cold, and she had to go and look for fire. And she was the first daughter of the family. So being the firstborn and being older, she was the one who had to go and look for fire sticks. And during that time, while she was looking for fire sticks, the American soldiers were passing by, and she hid. But because she was wearing a red dress, this American soldier raped her. And then she said she didn't know what to do, and all she did was just try to work hard to see if she could have abortion. But that came my pedagogical director, and he said his mom told him exactly how it happened. At first he was upset. Why could my mom tell me such thing? But at the same time, he had a feeling that my mom was proud of him, and the outcome was the best, because he was very intelligent, he was healthy, he was never sick. And during the war, she tried to look on the positive side. And I said to him, how could your mom share such things? How could she share that part of being raped? And then she says, human beings, they need to know. And if you hide, when they know from other people, that's why we have a broken generation, because we hide from them. We don't tell them what happened. We try to cover up. We try to save them from one lie, and leads to 50 lies or 100 lies. So sometimes, yes, it's not nice to talk about it. Yes, it's not easy to say, but sometimes it's better that way. Then the person handles it. Like Dewa said, nowadays children are so clever. They know so much. They I don't know what's happening, whether the internet or the generation or the tablets or the injection, I don't know. But children nowadays, they're so advanced. I'm still going through my daughter. When she's now 14, she tells me things that I'm like, what? I would never imagine talking in front of my grandmother or my mother, because of what they're learning and what they know and what they're exposed to. So yes, it's hard cookie to bite, but sometimes just get a grab water and and have a drink and try to solve it. Because hiding or not saying it, or not telling them, like and auntie just said, it's gonna hurt more, and they're gonna hate us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lisa, are you back? I don't know. Right. And declare Dr. Love or Apostle Brian, you can talk Chimira Lisa that way. Whoever wants to talk.
Yeah, ndanga ndichida kungotaura kudai so kuti though I understand this my emotions do cloud sometimes the logic, but kana takada kuzvinzwisisa where the emotions essentially unpack the horror. It unpacks the feelings of hopelessness, the feelings of desperateness, and also those feelings of fear. That's where emotions come into play. They are not bad. Varume kakawanda patinoramba tichingoti, let's not be emotional. Let's not go into my feeling station. But you know that emotions are a God-given gift to human beings. Kana takada kuita stoic. And when I mean stoicism is basically thinking kuti there is no emotion attached to anything that we do. We become robots. We become people that are not human to the connection inenge iripo yatakapiwa na Mwari kuti tiwane kuwana sana and kunzwisisana, because there is that attachment to those feelings behind which munhu ari kuedza kuexpressa themselves. But in magroup evarume nevarume, we are discouraged many a times not to show our emotions. But pane nyaya dzakadai, especially kana uchiziva kuti pane rape, it is emotional. Munhu anenge asina emotion ka handiziwe kuti dombo chairo rinenge riri nani, mvura inomboyererapo ichibuda, ropa rinenge riripi, munhu anozvifungira sei? Do you know what rape means? Do you understand what it means? Or we are just putting it as a category on its own and place it in a situational position. Yekuti, no, we cannot even show our true anger when it comes down to it. Now that we understand the situation, okay, that is where the whole story. But yauya nemukadzi uyu should move you emotionally to the point yekuti nyangwe uri murume une mukadzi kana kuti una sisi kana kuti une mwana skana should never ever stand ipapa pamuchingoti it is something that we can try and logically explain. Izvozvo ndinozviramba. That I will say without even being afraid that I am going to be labeled emotional, because the trauma and the hurt that comes out of that, unenga wato uraya munhu, you would have killed someone. They will be a shell of themselves. Iye murume wachona wamuri kutaura kuti he is ane kodzero rekuwana kusangana nemwana wake. Mai avo is a shell of herself. If you have never seen or heard about my rape cases, try and listen to a woman that has been raped. Their emotions, their soul, upenyu wao is totally and forever changed. I believe Hanjadzi Yedu is not going to pursue it because it will hurt. The trauma will be there. But mark my words, it might not be this year. It might not be 14 years more. It might not be even 40 years from now. God bless her with long life. It might be at her 90th day, panenga oenda in that recessive mode. Aguda kunosangana na mwari wake. And that trauma will come and it will be real. It might actually act out in many ways. Because it is not yet been solved or resolved or even taken care of or unpacked. And kana takazoda kuzogara naye ka tichinzwa nyaya yake from since then until now ka varume ka nekuda kwekungoti tiite logical in a non-logical case like this tinenge taresva, we are actually letting our women down and trying to make inonzi rational logical composition on things that don't need to be. Hamuzive zvavanoenda. I've lived with a woman who is a nurse, a victim when rape case. Aienda kuseni achienda kwaanenge adanwa ikoko kunoita ma-tests so that you can collect evidence and keep evidence as it were, ma-DNA. And the trauma that she actually explained and also came home with, this nurse friend of mine, it's unspeakable, it's despicable. But isusu ndosaka ndati kana muchida to sweep this under the carpet sezvamuri kuda kutaura kaizvozvizvi kuti oh maybe he has repented, he has been remorseful, he has done this, he has isusu tanzwa zviri kutaurwa nemukadzi, not assumptions but what she has said. We don't know what he has done, but those assumptions, just putting what if in a case that shouldn't have that that slantika varumeka tichinyarewo, please ngatinyarewo, and don't insult our our intelligence trying to look or sound very logical and balanced. Pasina balance iri kudiwa ipo panapa. Let's get that straight. There is no balance iri kudiwa. We know the fact as the fact. That's where we know it. Saka zvekuzoda kunzi chii zvikaizvi aiwa nyangwe naMwari chaiye, give unto Caesar, pay unto Caesar what you owe Caesar. This guy here did a wrong, and that's a wrong that needs to be dealt with.
You know,
even if it takes 100 years to get there, it needs to be dealt with.
Dr. Love.
There.
Right. Then mira pasa Brian 1 second. Nipo pale samkana tendo amazo repa chini takada eso. Right, Lisa? Hi, how are you? Good, what's up? Good, what's up?
Okay, this issue, if you have not been through it, it seems very, very easy, and people can come up with all ideas and all that. But to be frank, let the person who is going through this, the woman, this lady, to make a decision. But is she ready to face this? Has she healed for her to accept this man into her child's life? It's not easy for a person kind of through what she has gone through. Let me just put away the thing yekuti rap and deal nekungoti kuitiswa mwana. It's a very difficult thing to have a child, baba vasipo, not even a phone call, not even a cent, not even anything. And then out of the blue, someone just comes and say, I've come to see my child, I've come to what? Yes, it's his child. But even if people make mistakes in the chichichi for 14 years, what have you been doing? 14 years. I can understand kana ukauya mwana ane 5 years because you were thinking kuti zveshuwa ndosvika sei ndoita sei. Apa pane chinhu chatomupusha kuti auye adzoke mulife yemwana uyu. There are people or things that have pushed here. It's either the sister has been the sister ndiye akatomuti nhaiwe saka watofunga kurasa mwana here, kana kuti there are other things iye his guilty conscience now has made him to come, not kuti he has repented. And the way he has come to see the child, it shows disrespect. Kutsato respect munhu, because you don't just come like that. The mother doesn't know kuti you're going to see the child and you just svika kuti ndauya kuzoona mwana wangu, you don't even have vanhu kumba kwenyu kuratidza kuti you respect me as the mother of your child. The child that you have deserted wausati wambobvira wakaona kana kutengera pini chaiyo chaiyo. This issue depends on the mother, kuti is she ready to face this situation again, because this is a wound that was healing, that has been opened again. I'm talking from experience. This is a wound that has been opened. Rangara kupora, so she has to be ready kuti zveshuwa kana mwana ati baba vauya vati vari kuona, how am I going to face my child ndichimuudza kuti what really happened, and if I am to accept this man into my life, how are we into our child's life, how are we going to deal with this issue yekuti this person has hurt me and he has gone for forever, it's like forever, and now he's back, and pane mwana wachange tichifanira kunge tichiwirirana kana tichionana tichipanana maduties of visiting. How am I going to deal with this man, my enemy, the person who has killed my life? How am I going to face him? And to those who are saying kuti kurepwa then kutizira, how our parents were kudhara, kuti akangokuona wakamira nemunhu andokuti enda. Some people were married not because they wanted, but vakangondidzokera. So this is what happened to this lady, and this whole thing depends on her. Is she ready to open the wounds anga kuheal? And then of course the child has to know, but I think that there is a certain age yekuti this child will need to know. Right now mukamuudza asiri macho 14 years, she's very young, munomuudza zvobva zvatomuafecta, chikoro chobva chatoramba kutopinda mumusoro, then what? Why can't she wait? Hey, Edgar, this lady, she knows the right time. She needs a time where she will be settled, or and wacho ahila akunyatsokuti okay, now if I can sit, I can talk, and ndikabvunzwa my questions I can really answer them, not emotionally but ndiri stable. So this depends up to her, is she ready for this whole thing? And this man has to understand, if this lady says she's not ready, now let's wait for 5 years until this child finishes school, and that's when we can sit her down and tell her this is what happened. It's okay, he has to understand. And it's very wrong for what he did. You should have consulted the mother with, this is what I'm thinking. And this is what I'm thinking. Then this lady will tell her, let's wait a little bit ndichizvipreparewo inini kuti how am I going to handle this whole situation, because paachaendawo musha kwacho ikoko achangomurongedzera bhegera kuti chienda nababa wako kunhu kwaasati amboenda, kwasina waanoziva and all those things. How is she going to know kuti my child is going to be safe? And vamwe vanhu you just have to appreciate, so kungorespectawo vamwe vanhu vanenge vakakuchengeterai vana venyu, vanenge vakakuitirai vana venyu. It's your right, yes, we know kuti to know your child, but you should do it in a way yekuti uyu atoriwo munhu ane mwoyo, ane blood rinorhana mumuviri munoti mvura, akatorwadziwawo nezvawakaita. You killed this person's life. He doesn't even know what she went through. And like I always say, there is no hapana mukadzi asingade kuti atakure nhumbu kubva paday 1 chaiyo chaiyo, achirutsa achiita morning sicknesses, and the man will be besides her. Hakuna, she missed that opportunity. And right now, 14 years later, this lady is not married because maybe she hasn't even healed. We think that maybe time has gone, but maybe she hasn't even healed. That's why now maybe she doesn't want to even get married.
Endera mberi ndisaendera kumberi.
Nakudona.
I don't know. All right, I'm gonna keep that 2 minutes. Lisa, are you there? Angadona aripo. I do not depend, but aripo.
Achimirira hake kudzoka ndoda kungotaura dewa kuti zvoni I agree nevanhu vataura and nezvataurwa naLisa achiti zvoni kuripo kuurayiwa kwakasiyana siyana, but an aspect of abuse and betrayal is something chekuti there's nothing as killing of the spirit and the physical body inopfuura ipapo. And to ask this person to be in the same room nemunhu akamurepa kana kuti akamubata nechisimba asingade for 5 minutes, dewa munhu anomira kufema and kutotadza kana kuita sei because you're being asked to do the unthinkable just to be in the same room to negotiate parenting parenting plan nemunhu akakubata chibharo. And I think it's I just want hangu to reflect hangu nchiti zvoni for whatever reason there is no benefit yekuti tingati munhu uyu just because akacontributa majinsi ake. Yes, majinsi ake akabatsira kuita mwana, but relevance yake majinsi ake yes anotendwa because yes, but him as an individual akaita an atrocious, it's an atrocity on its own yaakaita. So kuda kumubatanidza nemajinsi ake aakasiya to give him some form of relevance, haana relevance yakakosha yekuti there's some acknowledgement of his genes that needs to be done because he had his purpose yekungosiya majinsi ake nekuti aida kubata munhu nechisimba. Haana kumadhilivhera on a beautiful platter with love and zviri consensual zvekuti anonzi anokwanisa kurespectwa to any extent or level. And I really and personally think kuti there is need for us to really stand on such cases, and more so on whether it's on the perspective yekuti takamira sei pane kwatakabva kana kuti semachechi kuregerera kwedu kuri pakuti chii, kuri pakuti vanhu havachange vachifesa here zvinhu zvavakaita vakakanganisa. Are we saying that there is no because my understanding of things, whether on a spiritual level or on a level, you have to face certain outcomes of your actions, and this has been like that. And there have been courts since time immemorial. Saka kana isusu takuti aiwa ngaaregererwe because maybe in the 14 years things have happened and he's now feeling remorseful. Even if mukadzi uyu akadecida kusamuendesa kucourt, there are legal systems pa our way of tradition that he must anofana kuripa. That is an outcome. Tisingatombotauri kuripa kwekuchengetwa kwemwana, but and that doesn't give him guarantee yekuona mwana, kuripa mhosva yaakapara, kuendeswa kwamambo kana kuripa mhuri iyoyo. Those things have been there, but now kana takutaura forgiveness iri skewered zvesure. That's why churches have to answer to many vulnerable people, especially women, whether because of domestic abuse inoitika mumamarriages avo or nenyaya dzekungoregerera idzodzi nekunzishingirira nekunzi mira uri pauri chionawo from the how do you see or view from the perspective yebhinya kuti atarisawo maonero ebhinya aya irinzwi rengoni. I think that is an unfair place to put anyone who has been raped or abused. And no one would call for ari hadzvanzi kuti aiwanzwira murume uyu tsitsi uchimuona akaenda for 14 years pamwe akatotanga upenyu hwake patsva just because he rectified his situation kwaakaenda does not mean kuti he doesn't have a case to answer kana kuti akakanganisa kwaakabva. He has to face the situation, and that's where he can gain closure. Yes, he confessed, but he has to face outcomes situation yakagadzira. Jewa maita basi.
Then can declare. Pata Brian 2 minutes. Then Dr. Love, Todachivara.
Okay, so I'd like to say this. Dr. Love said, even in the case of God, this, that, and the other, God forgives all sins. Saka, if you put God into it, you definitely lose the case. In the case of Guti, you are actually allowed to forgive. So I thank you for bringing God into it, because that nullifies all this head hunting, head honcho, collect the bounty stuff that you have to say, because you are the one who mentioned God. In today, I did not. I just simply brought the prodigal son who makes his mistakes, comes back and says, I'm sorry. But if you involve God, God can forgive all sins except one, which is, of course, the rejection of the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit is the only one who can actually get you into heaven. So thank you for that particular one. Now, every time we seem to be speaking on behalf of the Father, we are not condoning his actions to say, no, we're trying to make an excuse for his bad deeds. There's an element of trauma that you guys are going to bring in. And as much as you want to justify good answer, you know what? No, she must know, the daughter must know what's going on. The idea is you're going to open up another Pandora's box and you'll never be able to close it. And then I kept on asking, and I got the confirmation. The mother does not want to go kumapurisa. So you people keep insisting that he has something to answer for. She doesn't want to report the case. So I don't know why people keep saying he's got something to answer for. The only way it can be answered for is if she, the one who's been actually abused, says, I'm going to open that case. But I asked and I got confirmation. So stop sending her kumapurisa kunaita open up this case. She doesn't want to. It's like you guys have heard the person saying, I'm looking for help, but I have no intentions to go to the cops. And then you say, this guy's got something to answer for. We think you should go. She knows her stance on this because she's had 14 years to stew on this. There are people who recover from abuse and they say, you know what, I understand that I've gone through this. I really don't want to open up this box of saying whether I go to the cops, or I really don't want to focus on saying, let me just start opening up this situation and discussing it. She knows what she went through. If she wanted to go to the cops, she would have done that by now. She's probably reflected on this and said, you know what, I understand that he did me wrong. I'm probably saying, you know what, I'm not going to pursue it to this degree. There's something that she's looking for, but she's not looking for going kumapurisa. So I don't know how we are going to help her if we keep on insisting he's a monster, he must pay for his sins. Let's take him. Yes, she doesn't want to do that. So how are we helping her if we keep regurgitating and repeating things that she has already said? I've got no intentions to go to the cops. And nobody is saying, this guy's got no case to answer for. We're trying to deal with what's there and what can be made worse from this situation, which is, again, I'll tell you a personal story. And I was born and I was about to die on my deathbed. So I didn't know this particular element of my story, of my life. Ndakatanga kuona kuti sometimes ndokanganwa zvinhu and I didn't know why. I would forget things. Then my mother told me that when I was born, I was actually fighting for my life. I had a condition, and now the fact that I actually knew that I had that condition, my memory loss got even worse. Ndaikanganwa zvinhu ndichita able to connect certain things. Then suddenly, the moment my mom told me this is the way I was born and I was actually about to die at birth. That's not 3-4 days. Njingo Zaro was about to die. The day she told me this, Kunana 2010-15 Ikoko, I started to forget worse. It was better that I didn't know where I was coming from or why it seems I cannot seem to connect stories. But the moment she told me, it actually made it worse. I'm not trying to justify saying good, that would be the outcome if you told this child the same thing, but you are neglecting one thing. She said F you to her dad. If she hates him right now, how much more do you think she's going to despise him? Kanawa's Woods wants, this is exactly how you were conceived. And what future are you making for her? Whether she's 20, 25, you tell her at 40. Are you trying to say, I guess you might as well hate your dad because there's nothing else that's going to come out of this? You think she's going to be like, oh, I understand. Thanks for letting me know. So now I'm a little bit more clear. And stop trying to make the dad a monster to make it look like Acharara Nimwanawake and stuff like that. Eliminate those things because you are assuming the worst of him, but you are not giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Pastor Brian. Lisa, your 2 minutes.
Koinini je?
Dr. Love, sorry.
Aiwa. No, I have to come in 2 minutes. So I would like to respond directly to Pastor Brian and also just remind Kuti, God, when you talk about God, he basically has us as human beings with a free will and free thoughts. And he actually allowed us to have government on this earth. Yes, he will forgive. He only forgives those who are remorseful and also believe mune salvation yemwana mkomana wake. He just does not believe in universal forgiveness. Ngati batane ipapo. The other thing here, Kuti, because the government on this earth is what rules us human beings, and he has given the rule, the power for human beings to rule themselves here. Panama rules and regulations that are bound on this earth where people need to follow. Takazoti, ndiri munhu wachiri waMwari ini saka zvandinongoita ndinoita zvandinoda, and not no consequences. Mavakutanga kupreach the wrong message. That's one thing. Because ndataura nezvaMwari ndizvekudai, there has to be consequences to everyone's actions, regardless of whom. Mbava chaiyo ngaiende mujeri unopika the amount of time that yanenge asungirwa izvozvo, akazopinda mujeri akazoreurira zvitadzo zvake, Mwari anomuregerera ikoko, ngaapike jeri. Simple and straightforward. That's all I'm saying. Let's not preach biblical things, because Bible neni tinorizvawo. One thing chandikuda kuedza kutaura ndechokudai, the guy is a monster. Regardless of what you guys are going to say, he is a monster. He premeditated this action, just like a murderer who premeditates kuuraya munhu. Wouldn't you call that person a monster? Rhetoric question, but obvious, it's true. He is a monster. Akarepa mwana sikana. No matter how long, kana akaita 80 years old, the guy is considered a monster and will be a monster because of what he did. And right now, he is actually walking scot-free. Mukadzi uye ati haasi kuda kuchaja murume uyu, because maybe for her, it feels like she doesn't have anywhere else to look for that justice. Mukazoti, if she could have done that a long time ago, she should have done that. You know how many rape cases I actually reported 5, 6, 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And then you come with your mentality yekuti dai angachida angachazotaura nezvazvo that very same day. Do you know how hard those situations are to even kutaurira umwe munhu? Because one, that person anenge ari traumatized. Two, anenge asingakwanise kuti anosvikirepi achenderepi. Let's give that to the women. Ndisu varume vanozoti ari kunyepa dai akazvitaura paakaitwa, as if it's something that's that simple to say. No, let's change our mind on that one. The third thing chandikuda kupikisa nevanhu kanyi ndechekudai so. Just because mukadzi auya akati, I want to get help with my situation nemwana, what should I tell mwana, or how should I confront mwana, or at least share kuti chi chakaitika that she hasn't even told her about the whole story? Think about it. Tell. The lady, it's been 14 years. She hasn't even told her daughter what really happened. Kana kuti baba wao ndiani until this happened. All of her out of the blue. She didn't even sit down. Kuti mwanangu, pana baba wako wakadai. And you know what that actually indicates? It actually indicates nema psychologists, nema sociologists, nema psychiatrists vanokutaurira kuti it was because she was suppressing the trauma, because she couldn't face the realities of it all, let alone kutaura nemwana wake about her own father, because that father did something very gruesome to her. Saka tingataura hedu tichitaura on a level yeningirikini yekuti tiri kuedza kuita logic haishande pakadai. Nyangwe iri your logic, I can tell you the existential ningirikini paradigm ne dogma iripoka ipo panapa. If you want to look at the philosophical ideas, yama Stoics, Nana Kierkegaard, existential existence, you will find out that even in our so-called brains, and our personality traits, we actually are more vulnerable to the physical trauma that comes out of a situation, whether you were conscious or subconscious or unconscious. The minute you realize that you have been violated, upenyu wako hunochinja. You become so paranoid in some cases. And in some cases, it's our 2 minutes. 1 minute to go. You become so paranoid and very, very unfortunate. Your life changes. Okay. Pachishona vanhu anoti ndekusi kusafa, she's already dead. Izvi zvekuti you bring regurgitate or rebring trauma. That trauma is there. Whether she wants to say it or not, it's there. It's high time she speaks about it. We are not encouraging her to keep quiet. We are encouraging her to talk about it. Go look for help and seek justice. Yes, she said she doesn't want to seek justice right now. But in due time, as Zila, the consequences and the full magnitude of how she was violated, she will want to seek that justice and protect her own daughter away from that evil and monstrous person. Ndapedza.
Thank you so much, Dr. Love. Lisa, your 2 minutes.
Okay, my 2 minutes is I think when she's ready, I still stand with that. But when she's ready to face this issue, that's when she can be so conscious to know what does she want, how does she want to approach this whole situation, how is she going to support the child, like emotionally, because the child will also need her after this whole thing. So this man, I don't even I'm not a person who usually wants to paint people or to judge a person which is a monster or what. But I think you should just do things the right way. Yekuti he did her wrong, he raped her, and he has caused this woman to go through a lot of things. Um, zvekuti maybe akatoluza the identity in the society and all those things, and then he just comes and say, ndauya kuzoona mwana wangu. That's so after 14 years, you know, that's not being responsible. So I still stand in Nekuti when she is ready, she knows, yeah. But at this moment, maybe she's still going through healing. Healing of these situations dzakadai so takes a very long time, even 20 years zvichadzo dzinopfuura uchingozvifunga, uchingozvirota, uchingozvigaya, uchiti how could I turn back the hands of time so that those things will not have happened. And looking at a child, anga akatongozviaccept her because a child is a blessing from God. You cannot. I thank her so much because vamwe vanhu vanotouraya kana kurasa, but she didn't. And this man could have come in and thanked her for that. Could ufungako, thank you for keeping my child. Angadai asinotombotanga aenda kumba kwavo, akatanga kutotaurira mai vacho, kutsvaga mai vacho, since the sister knew everything that was happening. And I don't even think that this man is coming in this child's life because he loves this child. Ndezvekungopushwawo kunzi une mwana enda unotora auye mumusha chete. Otherwise, yeah, I still stand nekuti she should heal first and face this situation. Ozofunga kuti ada kumusungisa here kana kuti ada kungoita let go, forgive and forget and move on with their life. How are they going to take care of the child and all those things? Healing comes first.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Right, I've got a question for Masara Muraben. Just a quick question, and everyone in the comment section. What is the right time? Yekuudza mwana. Kuti it's either vasi mai vako kana kuti havasi baba vako kana kuti uri product wandakakona through this way. Pane right time here, kune right age here chaicho kuti you have to tell mwana. Kune right here unzi right age.
I think hazvina right age azvo dewa, but iwewe wacho you have to prepare yourself as well. Kuti
Saka
how are
zvinoitwa
you
sei
going
kana
to
zvisina right age? How would you break it?
okay, let me just say the right age ndeyekuti when she's mature or when he's mature enough to accept
Mature,
kuti
like how mature?
this,
How old mature are you talking about?
let's just say from 18 going upwards.
Hmm? Right.
18
Chiona manje
going
pa18
upwards.
bwataura pandiriga. Munobva mati ari kunyora maJSCs kana kuti ari muA level hatiri kumudisturb. And then what?
And ndosaka ndati and above. And
Aiwa
above.
ndotaura handini above yacho ka because ndotokupa breakdown ka because ukati 18 handiti munomati ari kunyora form 4 kana maA levels, let's not disturb. Muhamati tomira
Hazvina
kusvika pamene.
formula izvi. Zvinhu izvi hazvina formula. Let me tell you, I've got my boss wandaishandira. Akatozoziva baba vake vafa. Zvavanga vakaita ndezvekuti vanga vari mukoma nemunin'ina. Saka munin'ina anga asina mwana. Saka akabva atorwa iye ndobva anopiwa kunani? Kune munin'ina. Munin'ina wacho aigara kunoku kuBotswana, and the father was in Bulawayo. Saka iye akangokura ari munhu achitongoti Mutswana because bamunini wacho is naturalized in here. So akatongokura nababa namai vavo achingoti ndo baba vangu ndo mai vangu, ndo baba vangu ndo mai vangu. Akatozoziva musi wafa baba vacho kunzi uri kudiwa kuZimbabwe, your real father died. Akati real father? I'm talking of a grown man angatone vana. Zvikanzi Skat, so how do you feel right now? Zvikanzi nothing, because these parents, these were my parents. These still remain my parents. This one is my biological father. you know. So it depends nekuti munhu anozvitora sei, and it depends kuti time yacho waunomuudzawo zvinenge zvakaita sei. So hazvina formula. Mumwe munhu anoudzwa at 18 and accepts it, mumwe at 18 and doesn't accept it, mumwe anoudzwa at 10 at 5 years and doesn't accept it, mumwe anoudzwa and doesn't accept it. So
saka fine. Andikle munati pa time frame.
Ndangouya kuzopindira pa-time frame. With regards to a time frame, just to add on to zviri kubva kutaurwa ndianti Lisa vangashtaura.
Yeah.
There is never a specific time, but very important to take note of pane major stressors here are currently at hand. For example, obviously mwana kana ari kufana kunyora exam within the next few months, that's not a time kuti unge uchibreaka any major stressful issue kune mwana. Saka it's important to check that. It's also important to create a platform of talking about it to prepare a foundation. Yekuti you get yourself ready, you get the child ready to talk about that situation. And nyaya haingotangwika one. Inokwanisa kunge ichibva kure through family therapy, kana kuti you gradually start the story kusvikira there's an established a rapport building yaitwa between the parent and the child, yekuti now vanokwanisa kugara vese and the child is given the autonomy yekubvunza mibvunzo uko mai kana baba vachipindura. But chakakosha ipapo as well, for example, tongoti mwana ari kuenda kuchikoro, it should be done on a day whereby the child has a time and space to regulate. Kuudza mwana, for example, on a Tuesday mwana ari kufanira kuenda kuchikoro mangwana acho, it just doesn't make sense. There is need for time kuti mwana ange ari in a safe space achimonitwa kuti how is the child or how is this young person taking in this information. Pane opportunity yekuona nekuobserva kuti zvamira sei, kana kuti mwana anokwanisa kuti okay, anokwanisa kutongoti I'm not ready ipapo, wotongomira ipapo. Kana kuti they have that option to say, oh okay, and just I just need some space and time, vokwanisa kumboenda murume mavo vachiita sei, uchiita macheck-ins uchivacheka kuti zvakamira sei. Saka zviri important kutarisa zvinhu izvozvo, and hazvidi kuti mwana audzwa such information osiyiwa ari ega. It's unsafe. Whether or not achiita kunge hazviti, it's one thing kuprocessa information mwana ari ega. Saka zvinongoda that constant check-in kuti zvionekwe kuti mwana ari safe, and also sharing that emotional space. Do something chiri very important to be able to share and have that reciprocal understanding of emotion. Kuti shoni, I can't imagine what you are going through, but I am going through this. Can you relate to it? Or maybe it's different for you. Zvakamira sei? What can we do? What can I do? Do you have questions for me? So that is really essential. Ndapedza ngutewo.
Thank you so much. But munoziva zvitika ndezvokuda izvo zvamataura sezvo, I do agree with you. But challenge iripo manje ndeyekuti we as Zimbabweans, we don't believe in therapy and counseling. Kuno zvamataura ndezvokuno ku-first world izvi. KuZimbabwe kwese uku, even vari muno wacho tikada kuti tabvunza nechokwa chaizvo kuti vangani vedu vakaenda for counseling or therapy, munoona 1 out of 200. Patinombotadza kutora funeral policy chaiyo chaiyo. We are afraid to talk of death. But Zamataura is true. I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't work with us as Zimbabweans. That's the challenge that we have. We need to change this narrative, but Zimbabweans are it's too late.
Munoziva kuti sei zvanga zvisiko, because in our way of life there was a time yekuti we had the advantage of our indigenous way of life yekuti tina ana tete vachishanda mabasa avo, tina ana sekuru vachishanda mabasa avo. To be honest with you, our system was fully functional and well oiled, that in such a way there was a healing process and things were done, but things are changing. And if we do not evolve, tichafa kutoita extinct kunge bhedhi yaya yainzi dhodho, because tinenge takainge tisina kuita adapt to the changes that we are facing. And I think, even like you...
Sorry, I have to cut you off. And Aneta Manch. Sorry.
It's okay.
Right.
Can I wanted to... Okay.
Guys, I'm tired, to be honest. I am exhausted. It's hot. Daneta. And soon you'll be like, I never complained, Daneta. I'm tired.
I'm a eater.
And it's 4 hours, 40 minutes. I'm tired. Right, guys, sorry to cut you guys off, guys. I'm so tired. What I'll do, I'll try to reach out the woman tomorrow, then I'll give you feedback on Friday. On that note, I just want to say, guys, thank you so much for all your contributions, your input, your views, your opinions. If you feel that you've been affected by tonight's show, as always, get in touch with the team, which is there to support you along the way. So don't feel left out. So we'll meet again on Friday. Stay blessed and good night to you all.
Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatsirana, techidzidzisana, techiyambutsana, fila kuonesana, techisimudzirana, ya. Pano ndo patosangana, techibatsirana, pano ndo patokumana, techidzidzisana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Yautete wachimonyo fila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupanana miwono, yeah. Kubatsirana, techidzidzisana, techiyambutsana, fila kuonesana, kusimudzirana, nekukurudzirana, yeah. Pano ndo patosangana, techibatsirana, pano ndo patokumana, techibatsirana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. But Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Real life matters now. Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. UK time. Live here on Facebook. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. What?